Just on time when timer gets to zero. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Goedemorgen. Dzień dobry. Did I pronounce it well?
Goedemorgen, perfectly pronounced. Dzień dobry też in Polish, and good morning, of course, Damian.
I would like to welcome once again my great guest, Mark van der Ploeg, who makes me this opportunity to join me and entertain me and you, the viewers, during this time of the round number 8 of world title match in international drafts match held in Wageningen, Netherlands. So we have already referee shaking the hands of the players. By the way, it's quite a funny way how women shake their hands. I can ask already because you are a businessman, and in the business life I heard that the shake hand of a woman must be strong as the man one. Do you pay attention to that gesture?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't like to make any differences between men and women in business in general. However, maybe the handshake is the only exception. Yes, if a man gives me a weak handshake, I am less impressed. If a woman gives a weak handshake, well, okay, it may be a bit more delicacy, yes, but that's, I mean, the only only place where I may make some distinction between men and women and their behavior in business. Otherwise, I never even give it a second thought, to be very honest.
Okay. Sometimes I just like to check such things and pay attention to it. It was quite an interesting one because the girls barely touched their fingers, only fingers. So that was not the handshake, but finger shake, something like that, I would mention. We have the first moves of the game. So today, Yuri ANIKEEV representing Ukraine, current world champions, playing against Jan Groenendijd with white pieces. And ladies and gentlemen, the gate started as follows: 30-28, and once again we have the Amsterdam game opening. 1923, developing the left long wing of the board, and we have very fast opening in men's game. 37-32, 10-14, 41-37, 5-10. Very classical way of opening this of opening this game, and this is exactly what we've seen 2 games ago when Yuri ANIKEEV was playing the white pieces. Jan was playing black, of course, and that was the time when Yuri ANIKEEV with white pieces did have an opportunity of winning this game. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the game I commented, of course, with Mark van der Ploeg. So do you have something like déjà vu right now?
Yes, a little bit, at least in the opening. And indeed, it seems that they know where they're going. And it's almost like they agreed with each other. We're going to start the game from a certain position. Yeah. And they already have the 11th move is on the board from white. So that's really 12th move already. So that's really fast, yeah.
There is a change already, because previously, 2 days ago, there was this move played by Jan Groenendijd, and after 50-44, I think the exchange was now, or even one move later. But now Jan decided to make this exchange 24 and 22-28 right now. So like you said, they know the game they played, they know how it was followed from this moment. The question is how they can change the strategy and what they want to change in this game, because obviously they are satisfied in opening this game. Yeah, they just want to get this position if they play so fast. Looking at last 2 days, because on Christmas Eve and yesterday, during the first day of Christmas, Yuri at some point was ahead in those games. He had the winning position in the first one, and he had a huge advantage, 1 piece more yesterday when Wouter was commenting this game. But as you told me, according to King's Row, the well-calculating program in endgames, there was no victory for Yuri ANIKEEV at any moment of the game. But perhaps somehow Jan felt himself under the pressure. Do you think that such 2 rounds can change the attitude and strategy for the rest part of the game? And who is favorite according to the psychological part right now?
Well, it's a very good question, Damian, and I think we can spend quite a bit of time thinking about it together. And we have a few hours probably yet, unless the men are going to play in this tempo further. Then in 10 minutes we will see a handshake, but I don't think that will happen. I think Yuri has, in spite of the fact that those were draws, those games, he has the biggest reason to be satisfied with his play, because Jan actually yesterday was playing well up to a moment where he made an inaccuracy, which is basically similar to what he did 2 days ago. Yes, so, and I think he's probably slightly worried about that. Yet there's some kind of lapse of concentration, something relatively simple, maybe not to our eyes, but to his eyes it should have been, and yeah, so that will worry him a bit. But the way he built up his games is good. So I think he gets opportunities to play. Yesterday, definitely at a nice position where he had opportunities to play. And somehow he lost that. And Yuri was basically with his approach to say, okay, not to be too aggressive, but basically waiting for Jan also to make some kind of inaccuracy. It turns out to be a very proper strategy so far. It doesn't win him the game, so 2 days ago, definitely he had a winning position, and he probably had not the best night's sleep after that, because he should have won. Yesterday, he has nothing to blame himself for. He had the biggest advantage visually that I could imagine on the board. Yeah, at some point, Jan had 2 pieces and Yuri still 6, I think. But you know, according to King's Row, it was a flat line all the time. So there was never any real difference in evaluation of both of the sides, which is incredible, yeah, for a human player, unless you're very, very good. Yeah. So I couldn't believe it that it was all the time a draw, to be honest.
Totally agree. Meanwhile, you are sending us some comments on the chat. Good morning, Damian and Mark. Initially, I thought it is some mirage me seeing Mark again. Probably it is. Greetings from Armenia. Hello, Samuel. Let me know how was the game yesterday, because that was the only game that I was not present. And other games I'm going to comment by myself as well. But I know that Voter did a great job. And thank you very much for being such active ones on the chat. I followed it, and of course I was covering the technical part of this streaming. I hope that everything worked well for you. If yesterday didn't win after 55th move 12-17, we'll check it maybe in a free time. We'll see how those games will go. And here we have a small change of plan from Yuri ANIKEEV, but it doesn't mean much, of course, because playing now 39-33, instead of after those exchanges 2-4-2, he played then 37-32, but then 50 was already developed. That is the small change in this strategy. The question is if he will try to build the same formation as previously. So is he going to put 50 on 40 and 33 on 34, because something like that we've seen 2 days ago? That is the question that probably will be slowly answered by the next moves made by gentlemen. But let's take a look how the game between ladies is going on. So here Victoria MOTRICHKO. Mark just mentioned fact that when you are changing the position, my one changes as well.
I won't touch anything.
Yeah. So now you can't preview this.
No. I apologize. I'm a novice at this. Yes.
Not a problem. We are just synchronized here, so everything what I do, then you see it, and otherwise the same. Looking at Victoria's and Daria's games, of course, Victoria MOTRICHKO, Ukrainian, current world champion, is playing 34-29. So the opening we've seen so far a few times, for example, in the second round of the match, and as well this answer from Daria TKACHENKO, who perhaps is inviting for some theoretical lines like a color system, but barely such things are things to follow in the matches, and we have the same opening as we did have previously from Victoria MOTRICHKO, and exchange 20-24, double exchange, so already black pieces are taking 4 times advantage by those 2 exchanges, and Victoria is attacking 31-26, because sometimes this piece holding here can be some issue in developing the left wing, especially this weak piece 46 that is considered the weakest piece in the board, 31-26 and 7-12, after which we have another exchange. So already after 6 moves of the game, Daria TKACHENKO takes 6 tempos of advantage. That's quite interesting, because Ukrainian school usually says that it's worth to get tempos and not to give ones to your opponent. So now the strategy from Wiktoria Motrichko is of course to take control over the square 27 and try to bring this game to the closed classic position. This is happening after 36-31, very repeatable scenario. After this exchange you attack, give your opponent another 2 tempos, and then you try to go to 27. Sometimes also people do it with 37 piece. But it is of course okay not to let your opponent win some additional tempos. With an exchange you can already go to 26, but now this formation of this column is really nice, and it can be used for future exchange, or even to make some moves like 41, 46 and 47, 47, 41, and then exchange and develop this 46. So this is something that Dutch players used to play with, and then after building this formation just forget about it and you play the other wing all the time. 11-17, so Daria shows that she is going to be active on the short wing, and 37-32, so that is something that I would not expect to play. Of course, if you want to break the classic position, this piece is crucial, and sometimes Daria could have played something like 10-15 and then exchange 18-22. Despite having this cooperation of 22-24, she is just breaking the structure leading to the classic position. This is something as a counterplay to be played by black pieces in such position. And here after 37-32, of course, this wing is locked already, 17-21. Let me remind you all the time, and we have 7 tempos more on black sides, and now 6, 11, 41, 47, 1, 6, and this is another time the exchange that is possible to break the classical position. Perhaps something like that will be used by Daria Motrichko, maybe not now, maybe in some other moves, or just she will try to bring this 8-17, build the structure similar to the Yuri's one, and try to put more pressure on 27. So somehow Daria Tkachenko should not want to close this position in the classic one, because that thing with having 6 tempos more is problematic, usually problematic. But what we definitely can see, another opening that is played quite fast, but even faster by Wiktoria Motrichko. She spent only 4 minutes till this moment on 12 moves. She is faster than Daria Tkachenko, and this is something we haven't seen so far in this match. Did you pay any attention yesterday to the time control, how it was looking in ladies' game?
I think yesterday, because I wasn't live watching the game, I just watched a few parts, but I think yesterday Daria had quite a big advantage on the clock. If I remember correctly, the comments that Wouter made, that I listened to on my way back home in the car, and I think again Daria was playing quite quickly. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's an interesting thing to observe. Thinking about yesterday's position, where, as far as I could understand, she had quite some advantage at some point. But she kept on playing quite fast. That is sort of what I understood from the game, but I didn't follow it live, to be honest.
Yeah, we followed together the game where Daria, after playing a quick move in the opening, made actually an inaccuracy, maybe a mistake, giving her opponent Wiktoria Motrichko a chance to get a piece of advantage, and finally, after really big troubles, drawing this game, but it was not easy. And maybe that's the reason why Daria, is playing fast, but still she is just checking the moves, because at this moment she did have 3 minutes less than Wiktoria Motrichko. But Wiktoria definitely, after losing the game, increased her speed in the openings of the game. I think it was increased by 100% even.
Yes.
Not to lose too much time then, because she knows that in the openings you don't win the game, you must save some time for the middle game and also for the end game, so other phases of the game. According to Scan, it was winning for Yuri, but sure, you know better. Yeah, Scan is not the computer engine RX that you follow in the end games, of course. For example, in post-scoop position, that is absolutely a draw, theoretically a draw, you must know some traps. It shows 6.5 piece advantage, so yeah, it doesn't just work. As for girls' game, yesterday it was not winning for Daria, according to Scan. Okay, another comment mentioned by Eric's. I'm very happy seeing such games and streams You and Vote are giving some super high level masterclass. I could not imagine we'll learn so much valuable information. Thank you very much for this kind comment, and to you, if you want to develop, progress your drafts level, of course, following such streams is a great way. The one thing that you must sacrifice somehow is your time, but I believe it's not wasting your time, it's just investing your time into improving at drafts and also improving your mind skills, because not only the playing level in drafts can be developed, but there is also your memory, imagination, concentration, logical abilities, logical thinking abilities, and also decision-making skills, which are really, really nice to improve using drafts. It can be the great tool for being the part of that community, for meeting new people, and for, of course, improving mentioned things. Going back to what's going on between Yuri and Jan Groenendijk after opening this position, we have, okay, quite unexpected for me exchange from Yuri's side. So Yuri decides to exchange the wing that actually in the previous game was the way of winning, of building the winning position. Now he decides to win it and open it, and honestly, it's a passive move. Do you think that Yuri can think after those two games where at some moment he did gain an advantage? One was winning, second one was close to winning. He just knows that this is a very risky moment for him, and he knows that after being better one, there comes the moment of momentum for his opponent?
Well, I don't know. Honestly speaking, I do not understand fully that kind of approach when he is clearly the player who has a bit more momentum in the match. So he has all the interest of doing what he was doing, I would say, because with his approach to the games, he somehow forced Jan to make some mistakes or inaccuracies, which gave him some chances. Let's be honest. That evaluation of King's Row is not really indicative for us. I think yesterday most of the viewers thought that Scan was right. Yeah, and the human players definitely, unless you know the database, unless you really know those end games from many moves out, Jan must have felt that he was losing at some point, or at least very close to that. Yeah. So I don't know, but maybe Yuri wants to the effect of surprise and doesn't want to repeat what he already did, and he wants to keep Jan out of the comfort zone. And that might be an approach to say, okay, I'm not going to play a similar game, I'll do something very different.
Here do we have very open game after 18 moves of the game, just simple one, and if exchange is possible, then it is made. From this moment I would prefer to play Black's position, and once again Yuri is the one having this 28 central lonely square, and Jan will be just playing around it. So I'm quite sure this move will happen 2024 right now, just not to allow his opponent of making another, differently he played, but yeah, he affects this square 2024 to control it in another moves of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this stream is open, but it's not free. To have the ticket to watch it, you must click the thumb up under the video. You are not doing it. Absolutely, you must pay for your ticket to have the right to watch it by leaving the thumb up. Remember how important it is. I will just discuss it every time that is necessary, a few times every stream, because it's just some kind of habit that we all must have, all the community members of the drafts world. Because if we want our content to be promoted, we just need to show something to the algorithm promoting those content videos, and it is absolutely necessary to comment, to leave the thumb up, and to share on other social medias. Eric's right, Damian, sorry. Yeah. No,
yes, I also just clicked Damian because I didn't do it before.
And that's the reason why I just repeat it.
Very good.
All the time. Already a few people have clicked it, but other ones, please do it as well if you don't mind. Other quite quick moves, 50-44, 9-30, 44-39. The question is, maybe today just they want, after such dramatic games, just want to play a calm draw in less than 1 hour? Are they going for something like that? Do you think it is possible? Maybe they are slowly just accepting the fact that they are heading to the tie breaks. What do you think?
Well, those are two different questions. For sure, they may be tired after spending, in fact, Christmas, many hours, very intense game. Perhaps yesterday they still had some time to celebrate something Christmassy, or maybe Yuri has a different habit, by the way. But so perhaps today they silently are telling each other that okay, why don't we keep the peace on the board today a little bit? But honestly, I don't expect so. Yes, it's already deep into the second half of the match. There's a lot at stake, and I think they will fight as well today. But it's not. I mean, they may both be a bit tired. Yes.
Yes, they might be. And do you think having those 3 days out of play would increase the level of the games?
Well, it depends. I mean, this is interesting test psychologically. Some players like 3 days between to rest and to prepare better for the other games. Other people, and I refer mainly to such tournaments that I watch a lot with chess, for instance. They say that they don't like it because if they are in a kind of rhythm of every day, they don't like this rhythm to be broken by a day that they don't have, to play. And they get up at a different hour and they do different things. So and then the next game they play, they have some difficulties readjusting again. So it is, I think, quite personal. But objectively speaking, they must be getting quite tired, after 7 intense rounds.
For those of you who might not know, also playing drafts can be a great way to lose your weight, because during one game you can burn up to 600 kilocalories, so it is something nice. And I like to say it during the meetings with the teachers, and oh my god, that way I can burn so many kilocalories, so I start to play drafts. Of course it requires hard work on the board, because you just not sitting and looking at the board, you must make calculations, you must analyze all the time, and that is the way to use your mind to burn calories. So after some rounds during the tournaments I play, I go for some meals like lunch, the supper, and I eat twice as normally, because it's absolutely energy consuming, being so active in calculating at drafts game. 2 to 7, another move that we used to see in such positions, because Jan is just not wanting to weaken his short wing too much, and perhaps his future plan will be to somehow build some formation around this 28, as we usually see. So Jan decided that 2024 would be perhaps at this moment just wasting of tempo in building this surrounding position. This is something that happens in every second or even every game, and that we follow between Jan and Yuri. So they are choosing to maneuver and trying to be more maneuvering ones than the opponents. Let's take a look on what's going on between Wiktoria MOTRICHKO and Daria Tkachenko after this 8-12 move. So Daria is choosing something that I mentioned, that she's going to play to this square 17 and then will try to break this classic structure by attacking this point 27. This is something very common, and after 44-40, just Daria Tkachenko is thinking on the move, having at this moment 4 minutes more than Wiktoria MOTRICHKO, so Wiktoria finally is in her shape of using the time. And the question is if we actually are going to see such move. After that I can expect such exchange from Wiktoria. And after something like that here and going to 27 back, you can see that already some pieces will be exchanged, so there will be a huge gap in this area of the board. But this is quite interesting position, despite of the fact that there you can see 0.2 advantage indicated by scan. There is exchange 17-22 and you can break the formation. Sometimes you also agree to have some weaknesses, like here pieces 6 and 11, and that way you want to develop and try to, in the next part of this game, attack the wing of your opponent. So this is something that might happen in this game. We'll see if this move 12 to 17 will be played by Daria. Oh, so many comments from Eric, so I'll try to follow some of them. Does Mark play on lead drafts? You told that only about 10 games you've played?
Yeah. I think you asked 2 days ago, Eric, and indeed I said I don't play on lead drafts generally. I don't play any drafts other than just following it, reading about it. Damian will be happy to know that I increased the height of my computer by putting under it the book of Getmański. So it does have a lot of fundamental meaning to me. But books like that I read like a novel, but I play all the moves in there. So I do, but I do not attempt to understand everything or remember everything. So I'm not learning so much from it, other than that I'm really enjoying it.
And this is important to know the way how you use it. You set a normal physical board, not the electronic one, to follow all the moves. And this is important thing, especially I think for the youngsters. And if you want to practice playing drafts, analyze something with books, believe me, it is much better to do it with a physical and not the online board. It will be much better memorized, and also, you know, there are just micro moves of your eyes, of your hands, that must be practiced as well. You might think that it is very simple thing, but believe me, it helps, especially in such critical moments of the game when you must concentrate on seconds, for example. Yeah?
Yes.
Ukraine follows Western Christmas now. It was discussed yesterday. Yeah, but yes, Ukraine follows Western Christmas. That's right. After the war in Ukraine, they changed from normal Pravoslavic time to the Western one.
Yes,
I do recall that Deepman lost 5 kilograms during some match. It was written somewhere. Could be in magazine Dame Breta. Yeah, well, perhaps it is. By the way, do you know from the history Alexander Deepman a bit?
Well, of course, Alexander Lippmann, quite a legendary player, and I think perhaps a bit underappreciated player historically. Mm-hmm. And I know for a fact that one of his biggest supporters was and still is Ton Sijbrands. He was always very impressed with Alexander Diepman, and after that with Alexei Chisov, of course. But Alexander Diepman definitely is one of the greats of the game that stayed a little bit under the radar, I would say, for the bigger public. But a great grandmaster with a fantastic playing style. Of course, I'm not the one to exactly explain that to everybody why, but I know he was admired by the players of the game, yes, so for sure.
If Ton Sijbrands shows and tells something about some players, such things, it's worth to follow. By the way, chat viewers, please let me know if this overlay is better than the one I showed previously, because after preparing this one for voter with two tables, with two standings, and also with two cameras and two games, live games at the moment, I decided that maybe I'll try to do it for you to keep more information on the screen. How do you prefer it? Do you prefer the overlay for men to change to women like I did before? Or do you prefer this one? Because in my opinion it was worth to try this one, but let me know, maybe you have some kind different opinions about that. How do you feel, Marek? Which one is better?
I think it doesn't really make any difference to me, honestly. By the way, Daria is taking the exchange, obviously, to get out of the classical position, which is a wise thing to do, even to my level of knowledge, and not to get with such a tempo difference into a locked position. So yeah.
Those moves just were played as we expected, so on both boards we have some exchanges from the very beginning of the game. We are just 30 minutes after the round start, and already some pieces gone from the board. Would it mean that this will be a game of peace? I don't think so, because as we know, usually you win your game between 35th, as I mentioned, to 50th move of the game. That is the moment of making mistakes, of not having the possibility playing like a computer, and when you have more active position than your opponent can make mistakes, but of course on this level we see mistakes rarely, but we see from some moment to another one, there are mistakes happening in those matches. We can see Yuri ANIKEEV, how he is wandering with his head down, thinking about something. At this level, of course, to analyze the game, you don't need to see the board. You can follow and analyze the position inside your head. So sometimes we can see such captures from the camera when it is looking at the player and he is looking at the ceiling, thinking about something, calculating, showing his finger. This is something that audience really like, but believe me, it is quite easy one thing to do, and many times it happens during the game. Of course, imagining one position and calculating one position, one certain position that you have seen already, it's quite easy for both players. Sometimes they would not even need the board to play a high-level game between them. Of course, the mentioned before champion of this blind simul, Ton Sabrans, would play 30 games or so, but playing one for this kind of players competing in world title match is not a huge problem. So we have position after 2-7, 49, 44. Yeah, once again, the same structures are built by those two players, and definitely Yuri ANIKEEV is just playing what he knows, what he likes, and Jan is playing what he knows and what he likes, but this Jan's plan can't break this theoretically breakable, I would say, position of Yuri ANIKEEV, because he knows how to play against Jan's plan. And so many times the same plans are being repeated. The question is if it will work finally for Jan, because at this moment it was Yuri ANIKEEV who was closer to the first victory of the match. And you, dear viewers, might look at the standings and you see so many draws, only one decided game, but believe me, behind those draws hide such a big portion of emotions, of unexpected roller coaster turns in the games. It is worth to follow every game, because even if it is played in a draw, then it can show you a lot of emotions. If you have an option to choose, you would like to have decisive games by some simple mistake and, for example, combination, or just very complicated game that ends in a draw but giving you so much entertainment during the game? Which scenario would you choose?
You're asking me?
Yes, you.
Sorry, I was just reading Eric's comments about his trouble with algebra.
Should I repeat it?
No, yes, please repeat it for me, because I was just concentrating on the chat for a second. I apologize, sure. Damian.
Not a problem.
Yo, Mark, wake up! Yes, it's too early in the morning. So you gave me a choice.
Yeah, two scenarios. Yeah,
two scenarios. Yes.
One
yes.
is a simple game finished decisively by a combination. Let's say.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nice combination. Or another one, long game, emotional game with many different, let's say, mistakes, possibilities, very tough, sharp game, but ended in a draw. Which scenario would you prefer, for example, to comment here with me on the stream?
Or the second one, obviously.
Even though it would be a draw. Yeah?
Yes, and as we already discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like the last 2 days, if you look at those games, they were just exciting. Lots of things were happening, lots of possibilities, emotions going around. Mm-hmm. And the result, it's a draw or a win for someone. Yeah, that's always the case. Mm-hmm. So, of course, the public would like to see, results, and we would like to see also in the men's match a result at least, so that, one of the players has an obligation to really start playing a bit more sharply. But they already play very sharply. Yeah? They both play to win this match. Yeah. So I don't think we can complain. It would be nice to see some results, but it's not, for me, not the most important, if you say, about the entertainment value of watching the game at all, honestly speaking.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Frisian Drafts. Good morning. And one of your comments was, I'd actually like to see some shots. So, Mark, do you think that we are going to see any combination in those matches?
Yes, we might, but the combinations on this level, either they would be very deep or they would be caused by a blunder of one of the players. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they are tactically so sharp and well trained, mm-hmm. They immediately see and feel if there's something in a position like this one. In their calculation, they do not miss or hardly ever miss tactical possibilities, which I miss all the time when I try to calculate even 3 moves ahead. So that's that's why I'm not a draughts player. And so therefore I don't think the chance is very big that we see early in the game some kind of winning combination. That is a very small chance. But later in the game, when there's time pressure, it's easy to make a mistake. A small finesse, let's say, yes, some. When there are less pieces on the board, you are tempted to think it's simpler, but actually it's not. And there are usually very small, tiny combinations that are very sneaky. And I think we might see 1 or 2 of those still, yes.
Okay. Thank you for this answer. And one more question I wanted to ask you at this moment. Let's compare our matches to the comment by, as I remember, Vladimir Kramnik after the blunder of Ding Liren in the match, because you mentioned the blunders. So, if our match would decided in a blunder of one of the players, would you be disappointed? And would you be following the comment of Vladimir Kramnik? Because he said, chess is done. Chess has finished because never the world title match has been decided by such a childish mistake.
Well, but the match is more than only the game you're seeing on the board. Yeah. The match is psychology, it is stress, they play many games. It's logical that in the end of the match they become more tense and more tired. And Ding was clearly, because I watched all those games live, clearly the victim of the tension and of course also time pressure, which is part of the whole experience of playing a match. So I don't think you should look at only the game as you see it on the diagrams on the board. You have to think about the human experience of playing that match. And I think it's just part of it. So I do not agree in this case with Kramnik. I tend not to agree with Kramnik lately on a few other things as well, but let's not go into that because that subject hasn't hit the draft world yet so much. So let's not let's not go there. But yeah, I really liked that match to watch, and I think it was interesting to the end. I don't think it was a given that Gukesh was going to win that match. But after it happened, everybody was just sort of explaining, oh yeah, but Ding, this and that. I think it's too simple. I like the experience of the match, and I like the human drama as part of the experience. Yeah.
What football specialists like to say about predicting the results in the sport, the best coaches in the football are the Monday ones, because they know all the results from the weekend.
Yes, of course.
They all knew it happened. Yeah.
They sit on the couch and they watch it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. But looking at the chess situation, this last year was great for India because they won both among women and men the chess Olympiad, and also they have the world champion. Of course, not the first one, as Anand previously has won it from the India, but now Gukesh is the youngest one in the history. And you might not know that, but after promoting my channel checkersTV, over 50% of entire watchers audience was from India. So they are playing not only the chess but also the checkers, and of course they have such channels like Chess Base India, etc. But I think that they follow the mind games by themselves, and also including the checkers, despite of the fact we don't have Indian players in the community so far. Do you think that in the future India wants to challenge the China, because China is investing for a long time in improving the draft scene in their country, and maybe India will just follow it and try to compete with them as they do in chess?
Well, let's first say hello to all the viewers from India and from China, if there are any, and otherwise
it's more difficult for China because it is blocked.
Yes, it is okay, but if you're really a fan of the game, then you might. But then you might not watch us, yes, you may choose another channel.
I can just tell one thing. During the match I organized in Warsaw 2021 between Tamara and Natalia, Alexei Czyżov was that time the trainer, the coach of Tamara, and he was also coaching the Chinese players. And he just told them they must wake up in the night and follow the streams. And to see the lines, etc. So somehow it was possible and also necessary, according to what coach said to them about it. And sorry for this disturbance.
No, but I mean, if you look at countries like China and India, you look at the numbers. Yeah. If, say, 0.1% of the Polish people are watching, then okay, it's still a good number, but not a huge number.
Yeah.
You say 0.1% of Chinese people are watching a stream, then you're talking still, a huge number of people, hundreds of thousands of people. And that's, of course, the magic of those kind of countries. Of course, having had a professional life already for partly behind me, big international businesses are always looking at, India and China as potential markets because the huge numbers. And once you start doing something, the scale is unimaginable for European countries. Yes, it's just unimaginable. So I'm very happy to hear and to find out over the last few years that China is really getting online with that. And I know also for a fact that drafts players like going to China and playing tournaments there because the interest is really being raised. So that's great, and that might as well happen in India. Yeah, so why not? It's a very interesting mind game. Chess has, of course, a high popularity. It has very high prestige to be, among the best chess players. However, the competition is also huge. Yes, but it's quite amazing what happened over the last, say, 10 years. Also, the Anand effect has been big. Yes, in India. Yeah. You see people like Pragnananda, Iragaishi, Gukesh coming, and many more players of absolutely world-class level who started playing as small children and just got inspired and of course the key is there, yeah, that you start playing at a young age, for sure. I started playing drafts when I was 16, and I never got to a level where I can imagine a game in my head. I mean, it's just too late to maybe not too late if you really have talent, but I didn't. And so to teach yourself to such a level that you can calculate far into the future, not make a mistake, imagine this in your head, you need to train it already at a young age to be at the world-class level. Yes, so it takes early investment. So therefore, it's good to start at schools. It's not to say that drafts is not a great game at any age to start playing, yes? So why not? Because it's great fun and you can play it. But at the top level, these players started quite young, for sure.
About starting at a young age and also some comparisons we've made between chess and checkers, do you think it would be possible for any person to get a grandmaster level in both chess and checkers?
Well, looking at the time you have to invest in either game to become very good in it, it seems highly unlikely. Yeah. Yes, but, never say never. There may be some very exceptional, talented people out there that do not know it. I think very few people will try to do both at the same time from a young age. So I think the sample is too small to say if it's possible or not. But why would you, at the moment, if you're able to be the best in the world in chess, then, to be very honest, economically speaking, other than, it just being a very nice game, why would you then invest all your time also in drafts, yeah? Or the other way around, perhaps. But I would say in chess, at the moment, economically, it's much better to be world-class, yes, and invest all your time in that then. So that's, of course, for now, as long as we are at this level of interest in the game, then that would be rather the choice. If we manage to increase the interest in countries like India, China, and many other countries, there's of course a huge potential market in Brazil as well. Yes, absolutely. Where they play this game at the same rules, only in general on a chessboard rather than on the 100 fields, but the rules are exactly the same. So I think potentially there are many good players in Brazil and South America that we may not really be aware of, yeah. And of course, the continent of Africa, which I don't want to make a generalization to say about the whole continent. Of course, many different countries, many different cultures and peoples. But I do remember in the 70s and the 60s and the 70s, there were more African players on the international scene. And there's a lot of talent out there. Also because historically, draft is a game you can play anywhere, always. You don't need anything for it. You can you can draw a board on a piece of paper,
Yes.
or on the ground, and you can start playing if you have some bottles and so on. Yeah, so it's quite similar to chess, but even simpler if you like. Yeah. So you don't need much. You don't need much infrastructure to start playing. There's not a natural advantage of any country over any other country, as far as I can see, to start playing this game.
For example, on the YouTube, we can find one video during some World Championship tournament held in Africa where Guntis Valnaris is playing against someone in the street and he's losing the game.
Oh yes.
The World Champion 1994. I didn't know the player. Maybe he was just the random one, but perhaps already he played in some tournaments. But he has defeated in the street the World Champion from 1994, Guntis Valnaris. We'll try to get back to some interesting topics we are trying to cover here, and I will read your comments just after saying a few words about the positions. Of course, we are in the developmental phase, so it means that we must wait a bit until the players just make all the moves. Once again, from Jan Groenendijk's side, we can see that he's not going to the 5th line, so he decided previously not to go to 24 immediately, perhaps as he didn't accept Yuri to do any moves on that side. Of course, after going 34-29, you can always exchange with having some tempos. You can play 19-24, and then you can exchange forward in the next moves. It's not necessary, so Jan decides to just hold his strengths together and try to choose the next plan soon. And probably from Yuri ANIKEEV we'll see something like 30-37, but probably he will say that this is just the ways of tempo right now. Maybe he will try to move something to the right wing to try to get some control there. We'll see. It is just on Yuri ANIKEEV right now, but after 23 moves, so we are crossing the half of the necessary moves till the time control. Players have plenty of time. 1 hour 8 minutes on Yuri ANIKEEV clock, and Jan Groenendijk's having 1 hour 5 minutes to have 22 moves till the time control. Meanwhile, looking at the women's game, so we did have a bit different order of capturing, so it's kind of funny because in the last game Daria TKACHENKO did have an opportunity of double jump, and she took the way more simple for her opponent. Perhaps this is something that she took to herself, because now she is having this exchange and now letting Victoria, for example, to make okay, those moves are not possible, of course, because of simple shots, the novice coup, but the other one might be possible, but it's not nice because you have such a good way of attacking this 27 that way. You want to exchange it, so yeah, here there is this move 34-30 and going to 27. Of course, in such positions you don't want to uncover your wing that much. Going to the center, despite the fact that beginners are told go to the center, try to control those squares in the middle part of the board. This time this is much better because this piece controls and sometimes limits the movement possibilities of all these structures. And after that we have this exchange we expected to break the classical position, so it's getting more interesting than the men's one again, and at least for the moment, but you know, we've had some plot twists like in the previous rounds where the game of ladies was just looking more interesting, but then men just find something very interesting in the end phase of the game. Perhaps something like that will be the thing to follow tonight. But we are 48 minutes after the round starts, and at this moment I would say it is going quite simple, quite calm, but this game actually can be very interesting, because Victoria MOTRICHKO, having six temps less, must be really careful about the plan she chooses, because if you try to play against an attack, against an aggressive position with more developed pieces, you must be highly precise, because then any inaccuracy will cause your position worse and worse, and at some moment it can be even losing, because the attack of your opponent will be unstoppable. If you were the one to choose in this game, which pieces would you like, Daria's one or Victoria's? Would you like to attack or to play against the attack?
Well, naturally I would love to attack, I like to be to the border of irresponsible with going forward with my pieces. However, King's Row, for instance, gives a small but steady advantage to Victoria at the moment. Yes, but exactly that's the trade-off. So Daria is really a bit more provocative in placing her pieces and inviting also some possible tactical and maybe strategical mistakes from Victoria. So that's interesting. But I like the black side for that reason, yes. That I like to be the player trying to find space, attack, whether it be to the middle or surrounding at my level. That's always what I was trying to look for that.
Okay, so that is the thing that brings me to another question or questions. As you were the CEO for decades, many times you somehow saw other people, their possibilities to having some jobs, some functions that you can give them, and how they will how they will face it. So my question is, did you prefer in the past days to co-work with some more active, aggressive people that just are confident, or just people who are calm, maybe more silent, but are just doing their job great, but without, the big noises around them?
Well, I think one of the tasks of someone who is responsible for a whole business is to be able to work with both types. And you need very much both types. Yes, you do not need a company full of aggressive people who are very ambitious and so on, because you go crazy and you get fights. But you need a few of those that can develop further, that are very ambitious, that move the business forward, that want to go on to grow into new jobs and so on. So that's very important. And you need very stable people that are happy to do the job they are doing. That's of course a condition that somehow they find enough interest in the job they are doing, and it's interesting enough for them, and you keep it interesting enough for them, that they're happy to do this job in a stable way for many years. And they're different characters, different people have different needs, different ambitions. They look at their professional life in different ways. So basically, I do not have a preference. You need both. You need absolutely both.
And do you think, looking at your experience, that people who are more aggressive, it is more likely for them to being promoted than the silent one?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, it is important to recognize, say, talent in people. Yes, and especially talent to become a manager or to be a leader in the business, for instance. Yes, and that can be sometimes people who are quite silent, but you talk with them and they have some very interesting views on things, and then you need to try to help them, to stimulate them, to bring out those views and to start acting a bit more at the forefront, which is not natural to a lot of people. Yes, you have introverted people and extroverted people. I'm one of the introverted people in the world.
You are?
So, yes, very much. Even you have no idea how much, and so for me it is completely unnatural to do things like this, for instance, but also to become a manager was for me very, very big step. You get at some point used to that if you learn the right ways to go about it. You get used to that, and I think both types of people can be very good managers and leaders. However, they have to look at different points of improvement. Yes, so and I do not have a preference for any type. Honestly, I do not. And I like a very diverse team where there are people with different strengths. Yes, because if all the people are sort of the same, well, you do not get anything out of the dynamic of the team. And so you need different people with different characters and different opinions to be able to get new solutions for old problems and to move forward. So it's a very interesting subject to discuss. Probably not for a long time today, but I could talk for many hours on that, because I'm quite passionate about developing people and seeing people develop. Yeah, it's a great passion of mine, in fact. Yes.
That's the topic that I would love to cover with you for hours, perhaps, because I'm really interested in it. But as you are describing yourself as an introvertic, then it means that many times in your life you must have left your comfort zone.
Oh, yes.
And do you think, and would you call that leaving the comfort zone as the necessary thing to progress, to improve your life and yourself?
Absolutely. It's the only thing that moves you forward. Try new things, try things that you're afraid of. Face your enemy, yes, in the sense, not in the literal sense, but the thing that you're afraid of. Yes, I mean, to a certain extent. Yeah, if you're afraid of heights, I'm not sure that you should try to face your enemy all the time. But if you're afraid of public speaking or something like that, yes, and then it's something that you can really train and do. And say, okay, why don't I just try something new, even though I'm afraid of it? It takes a lot more courage for someone who's afraid of it than for someone who's not afraid of it. Yes. So I would say that the person who is afraid of doing that and still is trying it and maybe not being so good at it in the beginning, but that person deserves at least as much praise as a person who it comes naturally and does a little bit better in the beginning, perhaps. Yes. So you have to always keep that into account when you're trying to help people forward. Yes, I mean, leaving the comfort zone in the end is the only way to get a change. And changes, actually the definition of a change is leaving the comfort zone. Yeah. Yes, it's uncomfortable. We are not creatures that are made for changes. We don't like it so much. And naturally we shy away from change. So it takes courage to face the change.
There is one speaker in Poland that I love to follow and listen. He says, for example, that two important things. If you see something is not working and you are not changing anything, it doesn't make any sense. You must change something, yeah? Yes. But everyone would like to have things stable, but stabilization of the butterfly is the needle. So it's not the target. It never can be your target, your goal, because everything changes in the world and you must adapt. And more adaptive you are, the better person and more successful person perhaps you are. Yeah, really, really interesting topics, and I would love to cover it, of course, with the CEO of such a big brands like you, and perhaps we'll have some time in the future in other occasions as well. In the games, meanwhile, nothing happens after 4-9 in Blade from Daria. It's logical, and sometimes you must value some ideas that you make. Of course, Daria has taken 6 tempos ahead, but now she has the weaknesses like this piece number 5 and this piece number 6, but of course she is more active, and if Victoria will not succeed on using those weaknesses of her opponent, then she can get much worse position in the end game, despite the fact, like you mentioned, that scan is showing 0.1 advantage for white pieces at the moment. In the game, Yuri ANIKEEV, Jan Groenendijk. Meanwhile, after 4-9, we did have the move I expected, and here still playing simple to the end game, playing fast from Jan Groenendijk exchange after 3 minutes. Very safe exchange to the center to 22, giving some possibilities like 47, 42 to white, but maybe then even some crazy moves like 20-24 would be available, because sometimes you use the majority, like during this exchange you can't take one piece to the central direction, but you must take here, and position of black would look nicer. It is something to consider, of course, but we've seen a few times already from Jan controlling both 22 and 24, which is for beginners unlogical. Perhaps it will be the plan, but still he has another option of building the position 6-11, 12-17, 8-12, and maybe even 1-7. This is the formation that I learned from the notations of Edward Burzyński when he was analyzing the games. I was during some meeting with the Polish national youngs team. I had 11, 12 years old, something like that, and I collected those analyzed games written, on paper by a pen from the Grandmaster. And that time, where books were not available, that was the great source of the knowledge at that time. By the way, what you were using when you started to play drafts? You told me that you were 16, 17. Were there already on the market many drafts books in Netherlands?
Well, yes, there were quite a few drafts books available, although we had quite a lot of also dedicated training material. Say the Dutch Association of Drafts, they had some very nice course for beginning players with three different levels of, basically the rules of the game in the first one with the simple positions. Then some one book with a lot of combinations in the different styles of games, like in the classical positions, standard combinations. And then the last book was more like principal systems to play. Yes, I very much like, say, principal play. So we choose to play a surrounding position and we play it in a principal way. We don't try to break it down quickly to avoid the risk. No, we play it in a principled way, and I like those kind of games. And I used to like following those. So there was quite a bit of material. One of the books I liked, I already mentioned, was the 1000 Miniatures by Wiersma. Another book that I read inside out and played all the games it's a small paperback called Ton Sijbrand's Dammer, Draft Player. It's written together with the journalist Jules Welling. It's a very famous small pocket book where the first half of the book is basically the story of his life and interviews with him and all that. And the second half of the book is 200 of his games selected, but up to the year 1972. So already there were 200 games, and I think only 2 games he lost in that selection.
Quite a result.
Yeah, well, I don't think he selected all his, but he in those years he basically never lost a game. Yeah, 72, 73. He just simply didn't lose games. Yeah.
But you also didn't lose for many years, yeah?
Well, I didn't play for many years, because you say you started to play when you were 16, 17. No, I started to play when I was 16. I stopped playing when I was 17. So
short but intense professional career.
Yes, it was for a while quite intense. Later, I came back to being a hobbyist, a follower of the game, but I never played an official game anymore. So yeah.
Let me catch up with the comments you leave on the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't want to miss, if I have such chance, any comments you leave.
Well,
Eric says, you want to tell something?
Yes, I saw also. I was also going to comment on the comments of Frisian Drafts about Mongolia. We shouldn't forget about that. And Eric's, well, you comment on Eric's because he's writing a lot.
I try to keep it one by one. So starting from playing improves visual memory. Long time ago at school when neglecting algebra, I had such a bad mistakes. I had to go through 1 year material during summer. Ooh la la. My teacher thought it will take the whole summer vacation, but I could memorize everything and got through in 2 weeks, 10 days. Many math teachers was shocked, and my math teacher was shocked. So it was actually, according to drafts, probably, 2 out of 10. I had such a bad remarks. Okay. Frisian, yesterday was really unfortunate. Many missed wins. Yeah, it was that way yesterday. I will raise this soon, but just for everyone to know, memory improves spectacularly when playing and solving puzzles, of course. I'd actually like to see some shots. That was the moment that when I asked you the question about the combinations. Mark, I hope cats won't start to fight for attention on your head and shoulders.
Yeah, they have a tendency to do that sometimes, yes.
And your cat is angry as you are sharing attention by commenting on the stream.
Of course.
Perhaps cat is not aware of that, but who knows. Interestingly, there are some Indian tournaments on Tunai base. That is something that I did not know, and maybe I'll try to look for it. China already seems a big nation in drafts, Mongolia too, of course, and with VPN maybe they can go around restrictions, I'm not sure. I think they can. Because everything is possible, like Mark told previously. In Friesland, there was Jurien Tolsma, who had great games in chess, Frisian, and international drafts. Yeah, that was the mistake that I wanted to ask you. So that time, during when Jannes van der Waal was the chess champion of Netherlands, now you have, of course, great players like Anish Giri, for example, but he didn't get to the GM title in chess?
I am not sure, historically speaking, actually, if Jannes got, but I know he was playing chess at quite a high level. I don't know if he played enough tournaments to get to the GM title. I have no idea, but he was really at least in the Netherlands, at a quite good level. Yes, so for sure, yes.
There are different types, 3 major types, but those 3 types may have different talents. You mean types of people, I guess. So Damian, you have to team with someone who is not the same as you, who complements you. Yes, absolutely. Look how rugby coach forms a team. Some are small, some are tall, some short, some thin, and etc. Well, you have to form your team in the same way. It's not easy though. That's why sport coaches have high salaries. Yes, absolutely, because every position needs different kind of bodybuilding, of physical appearances, and yeah, absolutely. I agree to Mark, you have to have challenges, but if you set challenges too high, you may be disappointed, and when disappointed, you may set your challenges too low. That's the problem of every one of us, yeah, because we need something that increases the dopamine level, that gives us some satisfactions. We must chase and follow some goals, and of course, according to your age, I have different goals, Mark has different goals at his moment of the life, of the career, etc. Everyone just is different one, and you are the only CEO, like Mark said, of yourself, and you must choose those challenges right for you. So you have to be smart and mindful when setting goals, when challenging you. That's right. In business, if you stop, you die. Oh, Eric's. It faces you, Marek.
Well, I will die eventually, like you will, but
probably.
I'm trying to not, I think age gives you a number of advantages and disadvantages, but I try to sort of in a normal interaction with people to kind of ignore the element of age. I am now a first-year student at the University of Warsaw, so I'm surrounded by people who are 1/3 of my age, and it was a bit strange in the first 2 weeks, but I already don't pay any attention to that, and they are also not paying any attention to that anymore. So I think a matter of mindset is very important. Physically, that's a different matter. But let's not talk about those kind of issues.
So finally, ANIKEEV has decided to play this move after 6-11. So Jan follows the plan that I suggested, probably to play 12-17, 8-12, and then 1-7. It's the most logical in this position, and that time I just wanted to say that I do prefer black pieces, because it's not easy to find a counterplay with white pieces for ANIKEEV. For example, every time such exchange looks normally, but it always leaves you with this weakness already, 45, because the piece that you want in the early stage of the game, finally closer to the end game, it becomes weak, and now it could be the part of the Olympic of this formation, but it's never used if Jan is not going to 23 for this exchange, for example, 34-29, and if Jan decides to build somewhere here his pieces, then absolutely this is a weak one. And at some moment also this one could be considered as the weak one. Somehow it limits, of course, your opponent from attacking this wing, but on the other side, Jan has fully developed 16-6, and even if the tempos will be similar, then I do prefer building the position from this point with black pieces. Of course, it's not like, of course, it's a huge thing and already it's deciding the game, but on this level of GMI's level, sometimes you must just play to use such small weaknesses like this 45 not developed in the future part of the game. Of course, it is possible that somehow Yuri will develop it after going with 34 further, and that happens. Perhaps that was the reason of his decision, because he already pointed this 45 could be the problem, and maybe I need some plan like developing it. But on the other hand, there could be an attack 1923. I don't mean now, because it would help probably white pieces with developing this wing, but not having, for example, 41 in case of locking this 34 square. Let me show you, for example, continuation like this, and this. It gives much better position to black, yeah, because you barely can play against those two central squares. If you don't have 41 to exchange it, 30-28. This is just very, very powerful, because even 30-27 is not a good move, as it can be followed by a lock like this, for example. So, oh, we see this attack already. I thought we'll not see this immediately, but it is. And that was the only probably free tempo that Yuri did have in the position. And even though he wants to build the semi-4 o'clock position, when Jan is not having 16, it's not that strong. Of course, those are always the pieces that are going to the sides, and perhaps in the future you'll be able even to play moves like 12-17 and maybe somehow even go further to 28. It is possible. If this piece is not on the board, you can't make this 1-4-2, and it means that exit on this 28 very active piece is possible, and some kind of those positions can happen. But to be honest, I would like Yuri to make one or two more decisions here. Perhaps Jan was afraid that Yuri is going to attack by himself, because he is not having either the same column that I mentioned to have this exchange 1923, and probably that was the race. Who is going to be the first one going with this attack? Because, for example, if Jan plays something like 1-6, after the attack, probably he must exchange to the side, and there is this move possible, for example. Maybe that was not something that Jan wanted to play in this position, so he decided to make this attack. So the question is, what will be his plan? Now, of course, he can't go to 23 because of simple combinations, so he must move something from the back to the front. Meanwhile, looking at the women's game, so definitely after the quick openings we slowed down, 43-38. So this is very important column to try at least to use the cooperation, negative cooperation usually of those two pieces, 22-24, but you see how more developed Daria's position is. And after 11-17 she doesn't care at all about those threats, because of course after capturing two pieces there would be three captured at once, so it means that this spot must be covered if Victoria wants to use it. But even if Victoria played something like that, this is not a good move. This is helping to your opponent, because you help to, after this temporary sacrifice, retake this piece and also have some place, some area, some space for this piece number 5 to develop it. And honestly, still, scan shows slight advantage of white pieces, but I don't see at the moment, of course I haven't spent too much time on trying to look for some plan for white. Yeah, the move that I mentioned is played already, and the question is, what plan could white play in such position? Honestly, I don't know, and still I would prefer black pieces, so I would prefer Daria's ones. Yesterday I saw the picture on the International Drafts group on Facebook. By the way, there is over 8,000 people. If you like to be the part of the community, you can follow this group on Facebook. And someone sent the picture of Jan Groenendijk and Daria Tkachenko and described this picture, future world champions. After the games, how it was. Would you agree, Mark, or not yet?
Well, I said 2 days ago that I still think Jan is the slight favorite. However, after the games of the last 2 days, I'm not that sure about that anymore. Still, I think inherently, when we come to say the end of the match and they have to play, say, shorter time controls, then I do believe that Jan has the inherent advantage, because he's such a strong tactical player, perhaps even stronger than Yuri. So then I would give him a slight advantage. However, today I do not really see that he has any advantage in playing this. And of course, in their game today, they're sort of trying to, not get into a situation that they don't want to allow the other player to get in a stronger position. So that's a bit of a fight from a distance. And therefore, I agree with you. The women's game is so far at least visually, much more interesting, where there's a clear one side attacking and the other side more defensive. By the way, I think Victoria has, of course, a beautiful cross in her defense, and I think that's part of the reason why the evaluation is very positive. However, with such a tempo advantage that Daria has, if it comes to kind of exchanges, then it might very well turn very quickly into an advantage for Daria. So because she has such a tempo advantage, at least optically, that I didn't count it, but you can see that she is the one who has gained the most of the terrain. And I still think that is basically the best tactics to attack, to gain terrain, and defending is possible, but it's not something that naturally I like doing. Although still, indeed, also King's Row gives a slight advantage to Victoria, but I don't think we should read too much into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We are human, we are not the computers, and preparing for the more and more interesting moments of the game, I would offer you to make a short break for 10 minutes. As my coffee is gone already, I would like to make another one. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes break. Counter is already displayed when we finish it, so we see you in 10 minutes.
Hello, do you hear me?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are
Ciebie
a bit back.
Ale jest tak, że mój kot siedział na klawiaturze, jak wróciłem z łazienki, więc
Oh, so you don't hear me.
nie wiem, co się stało tam.
Marek don't hear me, so I'll mute him maybe. For a second. Do you hear me now?
Thing on the keyboard when I came back from the bathroom. So
Okay.
she loves to sit on because it's warm, yeah?
Yeah, and probably she clicks the M button to mute it.
Yes, she did sit on something.
So our break is a bit shorter than it was expected, but okay, we can come back to commenting games, ladies and gentlemen. So, move number 24 by Victoria MOTRICHKO was played 44-39. It means that Victoria is having 41 minutes for 21 moves to the time control. So after a quick opening, as we expected, it started to be more complicated for the players, because it takes more time to find a plan in such positions than playing openings that are many times prepared theoretically. And ANIKEEV to Jan Groenendijk. After this exchange, lastly we've seen there was the move 13-19. So the reason of this move probably might be the try of controlling this 23 central one, which of course will be good one even though if ANIKEEV plays 32-27. You, in case of your opponent controlling such edgy structures like the semi-4 clock, you want to control the center, and also it makes more and more difficult for your opponent to develop well this 45. The only way will be to go to 34, to 39, to go to 20 and exchange it back to the side, forward of course, not back. I forgot to ask you before, how was your walk yesterday in Campinos?
Oh, thank you very much. It was wonderful as always. The weather was not as beautiful as today, because today in Warsaw the sun is shining, or at least my part of Warsaw. I'm not sure about your part of Warsaw, but it seems beautiful outside. So it was a bit of a gray day, but to be early in the morning in the forest is a wonderful thing in general. There are no other people. You can meet some wildlife. As I sent you one picture.
I received it and told you to send greetings to this animal.
Yes.
What's its English name, by the way? I always forget.
I think it's a moose.
Moose,
a big animal that we, for instance, in the Netherlands does not exist in wild. And in the Campinas National Park, there are actually around 150 of them walking around.
Oh.
So, but it's a huge national park, yeah. So the chance to meet one is not that big. But this one was clearly observing me for a while before I spotted him or her. But this was quite a big one, so it may have been a male one. But those meetings are always quite magical to me. So yes, it was.
You're not afraid?
No.
Of meeting mooses, for example?
No, I think you should show in the face of nature. You should not be afraid, but show the right respect.
Yes, in their environment after all.
Yes, and you're in their environment, you're a guest, so do not disturb them. Do not go towards them. And then I think in general, as a general rule, you're okay. I'm not sure about meeting a lion, in wild, but, but I think as a general rule, try not to disturb the nature and just observe, and you'll be fine. So that was good. Thank you.
We have Natalia Sadowska, hello guys, on the chat, and Piotr Pawlov, witam, pozdrawiam. Hello Piotr. By the way, Natalia Sadowska will be co-commentator tomorrow, so... and also Natalia Sadowska, I don't know if I can mention that, will be also a private coach to one of the persons around there. Can I mention that or not?
Yeah, tell us.
I mean you, of course, yeah?
Yes, no, you could tell, or I can tell, of course, but if you want.
Yeah, so you can share that.
Well, I mean, this was quite nice. That we should not forget about the games, by the way. But as I said goodbye to the last company I worked for, I received a very nice present. And that was a voucher for 5 hours of training by Natalia Sadowska.
So after such 5 hours, you will come to me again, commenting, broadcasting another tournament, and your level will be, cosmic high.
First I will challenge you to a game and I will beat you, that's obvious.
Okay.
And then...
challenge accepted. We'll make some online event from that, or the real one. Yeah.
Oh my God! Humiliation is what is awaiting me for sure. No. But I do intend to take up on this voucher. Only Natalia and I, we've been in contact already for some time, but it's not easy to find a common time together. But we will do that.
Yeah, to be honest, company of Mark could have chosen between Natalia and the current world champion Yuri ANIKEEV, and Natalia was chosen finally. So it is something big. Natalia, after tomorrow. Yes, on Saturday. I forgot it is Thursday already. That's right, on Saturday. I'm just missing the calendar during this Christmas time, of course. Piotr Paluch. Do you know Piotr Paluch, who it is?
Well, I don't know him personally, but I know he's a very famous, let's call it senior player. And,
50
he was very
plus.
active in the World Championship recently, where Andrew won the title in the end, which was very interesting to follow from a distance. Yes, I have not followed it on a daily basis, but it was interesting.
And following the challenges of DRAUGHTS games, Eric says that a few years ago you agreed to play a few games with Eric and then it disappeared.
Oh.
Is it possible? Then you must fulfill your promise.
Oh, that's Natalia, of course, not me.
Natalia, not you. I thought you.
I think Natalia, yes.
Okay. I do have dark humor from time to time, but not that dark to say someone will die. However, the rule of impermanence is important in most religions and for sure in Zen and Stoicism. Oh, you are very philosophical. I see, Eric's. We must be prepared to talk with you on those topics.
Exactly.
By the way, do you have some, guidance, leader, some guy, some writer, some, politician, some philosopher that is, the example number one for you in your life?
That's a very good question, and nobody comes to mind exactly.
So you can point a few of them if you don't mind.
Yes, but let me think about that for a while. That's okay. We'll get back to that because
sure.
Yeah. When I was younger, Ton Sijbrandts was a big guru for me, of course, for many reasons, and not in the last because he was a bit of a rebel. Yeah. He was going against the stream. He was a lot more outspoken than he is these days, and actually that's one of the reasons also why his popularity grew. Yeah, he was not following the standard of everybody. He had long hair. He was protesting. He was quite a hero of ours, I have to say.
But after all, everyone expects us to be the part of the order, to be the part of the normality. But after all, the movies are made about the rebels. We just keep rebels in our minds. They are just standing out of the community. So, what is really the point? Yeah.
Well, you need rebels, if you want to change the world, challenge the status quo. You need people who are not, say, the same as all the other people,
but
and not
you've never been
trying
one.
to be.
You've never been one?
No, I've never been a revolutionary myself, although I've had my own opinions, of course. And I basically am someone who tends not to care all that much what other people think. Because I can tell you not many people understood when I said that I was going to be a student once again. So why would you do that? Yes, because I want to. That's basically the answer to that. Very simple. I will think about some people that are examples for me. For sure, one person who comes to mind that I was an admirer when I heard him speak was Nelson Mandela in the past. A guy who was
fighting the apartheid in South Africa.
Yes, but also a guy who, after many years of humiliation, being in prison, was able to forgive and show that as an example, and was able to unite a nation in a situation that few people thought could be solved in a, say, relatively peaceful manner. Yes, so he's really one of my heroes. That's a name that comes to mind.
Waiting for others.
Okay.
Waiting for others. Before Yuri ANIKEEV is choosing to play something like 30-27, I don't expect the move to 28, but of course after 1923 it will be also possible to exchange forward, gaining some 2 additional tempos. He opened the way of developing this 45 finally, probably, because after the attack 20-25 it is okay to use this small combination, of course, so this move is not allowed, and Jan must choose to play something. Perhaps Jan is not wanting to play such moves like 1-6, because it is always pointing your piece into the edge direction, and next plan for Yuri looks just simple, probably display forward and forward. Now every move is looking like it comes with some consequences for Jan, because for example after this 1921 it is possible to exchange. Covering 19 gives you the possibility of going to 28, for example, and locking the position that way. On the other hand, playing like 9-13 is problematic because of this, maybe because you can't exchange this 14-20 forward anymore, as you don't have this structure, this column, very important. And after this 8-13, sometimes you make 2 gaps at once on 6 and 8, and after such moves like 30-28 you must cover the gap by playing to 17, so it's not an easy decision to make by Jan Groenendijk in this position, and that is maybe the part of the good maneuvering, when you leave your opponent in such inconvenient situations when you must make a decision, but it's not easy to make one. And even though the position looks like it's opened and you have many possibilities, it's not like that when you are just more focused on the options and on the position. That's quite a nice idea. And always when you, the viewers, are playing drafts, your games, feel it necessary to look on not only on your position, of course, but your opponent's position and your opponent's possibilities all the time, because your position means nothing when you don't have the opponent's position, and only together those 2 positions are meaning something. So you must check your opponent's possibilities move by move, and sometimes even very simple move will be extremely strong, stronger than some other move that would give some information to your opponent, like those one I mark with the arrows that Yuri ANIKEEV could have made in the previous move. And just to be clear, I don't blame Natalia for forgetting about those games. No hard feelings. Oh, I don't know, Erix. I don't know if I can believe you right now about that. I was just teasing her, and sorry for that childish behavior. Shame on me. Oh, Natalia is not commenting anymore. And do you feel that she is offended somehow? No, probably not. Natalia, as I know her, she is not here anymore. She just came, wrote the message and left already. Ton was my teenage idol as well. Even when adult, I had 50% of my passwords starting with Sabrans. Oh, it's not wise to to write it on the chat.
Thank you for the information, Eric.
Will be easier to break it. Not anymore, so don't even try. Yeah, good joke. Everyone who tells not anymore means that I bet you forgot some icons.
Yes.
To change the passwords, of course. You can see on the stream that people are playing with the cameras. They are trying to make some closer shots of the players, which is really nice. And dear viewers, 45 people watching right now and only 16 thumbs up. Come on. I told you, it's open public transmission, but it's not free. To buy a ticket, you must click this thumb up under the video. It's absolutely necessary. Keep it in mind. I just don't want to remind you that every single hour. I just want you to make the habit the right habit and to use it all the time. Please leave the thumb up. We all need it to promote the drafts content all over the world. Absolutely necessary things to do. So I can see you switched. I switched to the women's game. 13-18. Okay, and here we start to see not so obvious moves, but that was the one suggested by the scan computer. Once again, this situation is the moment of a tough decision for black, because such move will ruin very important column here and will bury this 10 and 5. Otherwise, you don't want to play 10 to 15 because this is already the piece standing on this line and not that one. Yeah. For example, if your opponent somehow chooses to exchange this piece 24 to 29, then you prefer to have this piece on this line. It is much more flexible. And to somehow develop the position, you must make reaction. This one, for example, breaks this formation, very important column in this position, like it looks, and points yourself to the side. On the other hand, the 1621 can be also problematic with making another move on this wing, and maybe it will be even forced to break this formation 1722. So it means that Daria was on the decision where, like in Jan's position, every moves complicates something. Every move brings some consequences to the position. Finally, it was 13 to 18. The question is how now, with this gap in the middle part of the board, how it will be possible for Daria Tkachenko to improve this position. Will she want to play 9-13? She would like to have both, if she had, let's say that way, 10 here on 12 and 5 developed somewhere else, the position would be absolutely great. But there are weaknesses. She decided to have these weaknesses, of course having some tempos more, but the situation is not so clear. If you play your games, Mark, you prefer to have complicated or more understandable positions? You like to calculate a lot? I mean, for your joy during the game.
Yes, for my joy. No, I do like complicated positions. I do get very often in a situation where I have a hanging piece on number 5 or 46, if I'm right. Unfortunately, I don't know how to avoid that. Daria today also has it, although she made probably a more conscious choice to do that. But now she would wish that piece is probably more active somewhere else. But I simply enjoy the game more if it's really complex. I have a bigger chance of losing, obviously, but yeah, I don't like such a tactical fight from a distance, which we seem to be seeing on the other board. It's okay. It is just as much work. The variants they're thinking, the combinations and the things they have in their heads are just as beautiful, but you do not really feel it on the board. You don't see it. And when there's such tension, like in a women's game, it is also visually much more interesting to me. You feel you're really into it. So yeah, I prefer the women's game today, for sure. Okay. With a distance.
I see the pen in your hand. You make some notices?
Yes, sometimes I do, but I will take it out not to disturb the view.
But I think this is also something that leaders, CEOs make, to note important things, because many things are just running away from your head. Do you think it is important to make notes?
Yes, at my age, the memory is short-term memory is not that great. Making notes may be a good habit for some people and not for other people, but I think in general it is good to write things down. If you have complex situation, it's good to write something down to see it from a distance. Yes, if you have stress, it's good to write things down, just to take some distance from it, look at it in a rational way, not in an emotional way. So there's many reasons why it's good to have a pen and a piece of paper close to you always. By the way, I want to react to one remark of Eric's that Wouter gave a masterclass yesterday. I completely agree. For as much as I listened to that, that was really a nice level of knowledge about the game and understanding. By the way, Wouter was kind enough to do that all the way from China, as I understand.
From Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. Okay, sorry. I was going to say przepraszam in Polish.
It's okay, I understand.
Apologies. Yes, I already have the tendency to if I don't think to answer in Polish. It's amazing.
But sometimes if you speak Polish right now, you try to use Dutch language, for example. Sometimes,
sometimes I'm simply lost. When I try to speak Dutch with my family, for instance, sometimes I cannot think of the word in Dutch. I only know it in Polish or in English. And it is in all three languages I have the same problem. So yes, I'm not very good anymore in any of those three languages.
Sometimes being multilingual is a problem. Yeah, that's right.
It's a problem.
Roberts, here you have another one. Thank you very much. And another thumb up from Roberts from Latvia. If you are in Latvia, of course, but greetings, another greetings to Latvia, because we have very active Erics on the chat from there. Now, Victoria MOTRICHKO is playing 39-34. Of course, it's an obvious move to activate this structure of this column. 42, 38, 33, and it's of course not letting Daria anymore to play 9 to 13 because of this simple combination 1 for 3. And as you might already know, because I keep repeating it, you don't want combinations only to make it, because most of the time your opponents are seeing that, knowing how to avoid it, but combinations is the way of limiting your opponent in some positions, like in here. Making this move would be a nice move because it would make another structure, and now it's a tough decision, another tough decision on Daria TKACHENKO. So she just like wanted to get some active position with the weaknesses, but now following from here, from this moment, could be quite problematic. Still, it is evaluated as the equal position, 0.1 advantage for white pieces, but as previously, I was going to choose the black pieces and choose the activity, so now I slowly turn into the white side, because sometimes you must also run your imagination, so you not only display what is something to see with your eyes on the board, but you also must display by your imagination the position that will happen in the next moves, some moment that will make tough decisions. So here Daria chooses to play 10 to 15, and like I mentioned before, I don't like this move, but sometimes you don't have anything else to play, and that was the suggested move by a computer. Actually, after playing another one move, or another two, okay, I think Victoria has a really simple choice to make this move, 30-25. Why? Because there is not this formation, and it is not limited with this threat, 24-30, so you can play here, because after that you can have many different waiting moves. The only possibility you give to your opponent after this 30-25 is 19-23, and you can already see how many gaps you can find in this black's position. After 50-45, it's, you know, for the computer it's easy. But I think, Mark, if you were talking about the combination, then there is a possibility of making one in the match, at least one. I think this is such a position that can create combination tactical possibilities, because there is everything you want. There is a tempos difference, there is an open, aggressive attacking position, but there are so many gaps and so many tactical possibilities, and it will be more and more complicated to calculate it all. Do you feel something like that can happen? Victoria played 50-45. Okay, of course, this structure is still not possible to make, and probably she just wants to avoid Daria from making this 19-23 move, and now it is necessary probably to play 3-8, because 5-10 after this one, still something similar. So, but one of those two moves I think will be made, 5-10 or 3-8. Do you think we can see some shots here?
Yes, I mean, I would be, as the black player, I would get a little bit scared with all the holes in my position. As you know, for beginning players, the idea is always to make sure that you do not have any holes in your position, to make sure that the opponent cannot make such a combination. But of course, on this level, they can calculate those possibilities. So it looks scary, but maybe it is not all that scary. Although, you know, I have to agree with you. I still would like to be the attacking player here, but I think Daria has to become very careful in the coming few moves indeed, not to fall for anything.
She has plenty of time for that, of course. Yes. That was the move number 26 from Victoria. Still 20 moves to be made by Daria TKACHENKO to the time control. She's having 49 minutes for that. Quite a lot of time. Meanwhile, Victoria is having 24, but Victoria has more simple game from this position. Another two questions I have. Have you ever played drafts checkers against anyone during your working days in some of the businesses that you were a CEO of? Did it
No,
happen to play the drafts games?
never ever have I.
Okay, you have never.
I never used it in any way
Okay.
as a metaphor for business and so on. But in the discussion with you, I've started to think about that a little bit, which is interesting. But to be honest, you know, I haven't played for all those years since I was very young, and I've only been a very passive consumer, but very enthusiastic consumer of the game. Let's put it that way.
So now it brings me to another one. As the passionate of drafts of checkers, and also as a person who definitely has participated in many networking events, do you think such drafts competition for the CEOs could be a nice networking event?
I can see that you have a business idea in your head
Yes,
that has been growing for a while.
It is, absolutely.
Well, I mean,
it works in chess, so why not
yes,
in
well,
checkers?
I mean, you have many of these kind of motivational speakers training sessions where they say, well, we teach you to juggle 3 balls in the air, and that will be a metaphor of, you know, managing different problems at the same time and somehow dealing with that. I'm sure that we can find in drafts a very nice metaphor that we can translate to a business reality and therefore make an entertaining session where you invite people to train, to attack, to defend, and to do some combinations, and somehow build a management story around it. Perhaps, Damian, if we go to this bar to drink coffee, then we can come up with some idea together. It might be interesting.
Definitely we will. Okay, so this
Spend
topic
some time
will be
thinking about
covered.
it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Why not?
Why not? Great. So we can expect something in the future, ladies and
By the
gentlemen.
way, I think that the women's game, Daria has this situation where she has pieces on 22 and 24 at the same time. And definitely, you know, Victoria is all the time threatening, of course, with 33, 28 kind of move. So that is limiting Daria at the moment. So that's very clear. That okay, she is advanced, but she has some clear limitations, and even for someone of my level, that's easy to see.
Absolutely, yeah. But limitations, like I said, are not only for winning the games, but also for not letting your opponent to play all the comfortable moves. Going back to Yuri against Jan game, so we are having, after this 44-39, I told you that I don't know which move to expect, but that after this 8-13 there is another gap created. Yeah, of course this is very important, because now after such moves there was a possibility of going 1-6, and of course now it's reasonable, because after this exchange you have open line for this piece 6 to develop it into the game. And Jan finally decided that 8-13 will be the smallest cost probably in this position, and immediately after having this double gap, Yuri is choosing what I was showing before, this attack 30-28 to be more flexible in the center part of the board, because that way you force your opponent to lock this gap on 17. And it was made with 12-17. 2 reasons for playing with 12, not 11. First one is already you create a column. So in case of some moves, there are possibilities, you know, this exchange. Now it is absolutely not working, because there is a threat of this column making it again and creating unavoidable threat, but just to know it. And also second thing is that there will be possibility if you want to break the position of attacking 18-23, and it would be really difficult after covering from 11. So let's take a look at the clock. So here after 31 moves of Yuri ANIKEEV, he has 33 minutes more to make 15 moves, and Jan is having 35 moves to make 15 moves.
Who do you prefer in this position, Damian?
I think still Jan's position, because I don't like this 45 piece and honestly I still don't have the clear idea how to put it into the game. Yeah, there are some chances of, you know, locking your opponent by going from 38 to 22, but always there are some other possibilities and threats from Jan, like going to 24 to try to lock his opponent, threat his opponent with such sacrifices, or just the thing that after 38 32 there could be another option, but here this one would be winning one. Because you don't have an option to avoid this small threat. Why? Because after that there is a combination. Which one, Mark? This is easy for you?
No, thank you very much.
The bridge shot, a really easy one on a free tempo. You sacrifice three pieces and you give yourself a free tempo, so it means you know your opponent's next move that lets you to attack his pieces, and you go here to the king and win the game. That was the reason why this move, that is the reason why this move 38-32 is not a winning one, and that's a common threat in this semi-classic position, let's say with this threat 20-24 and 24-29. So if this move is not possible, let's see at the options what could be played. Of course, Yuri will not want such exchanges. 31-27, this is not a good one. It gives so many options to your opponent. Exchange and attacking the wing, or just building the column with this. Then this 2-4-2 exchange would be forced. Actually, maybe looking at the previous games, maybe Yuri would be satisfied with this opening the position. Perhaps, I don't know. So this is not acceptable move. If we see something like 30-25, then maybe this 20-24 can be played, but after this 39-34 there is some risk that this piece will be locked, but still you have those options of exchanging, attacking, so everything is possible here. Perhaps, because what is the idea of this move? You just want to create some space to develop this 45, because if you go with it right now, perhaps you must calculate and be more aware of the option of playing to 34. If after going to 25 and going to the outpost there are not some, you know, ways of attacking it, because your opponent will cover this corner 25, it might be not so safe. So definitely it's time to calculate for Yuri ANIKEEV. He takes his time, so that is the reason of playing the opening fast. Sometimes you may assume that you will play a very fast game from the beginning to the end, but finally after some moves made you get to the position where you will be just absolutely satisfied consuming the time you saved before. Finally, after calculations of Yuri, we see this move 45-40 without this 30-25. Yeah, if he knows that he don't have to be afraid of this attack 20-25, then there is another problem of making this move. Of course, here this exchange works. He can't attack here because of this simple move, 1-4-3. And on the other side, he can just wait. This is the waiting move, probably this might be played as well, and you give another one, 2-4-2 exchange, and everything works. So in this position, Jan would not have any option to attack this piece, and while you don't have an option to attack it, it is quite not easy to build a position with white pieces, with black pieces then. So it means that I don't think this move will be played. I think something like this is possible or not. This is okay. Actually, after ruining this possibility of going for this formation, the computer says that this exchange is possible, but it's also a bit passive. Yeah, after black can play something like that for the two columns. I still prefer black's position according to its flexibility.
Okay. Question to you, Damian, because you showed just one variation where you played the piece number 1 to 7. In general, yeah, when you are Jan, when are you considering to bring piece number 1 into the game, or do you want to keep your options open as long as possible to have the possibility to play to 6 in certain positions?
It depends on which level you are, because many times this piece 1 is developed in the very early stage of the game, and sometimes in some openings like the color system you bring it immediately in the 5th move to the 6th, yeah,
Exactly.
or 7. But many times if you have just open position and you are slowly getting to some classical options, I see it especially from the Dutch players side, like Wouter Zipma, Jan Groenendijk, and I think the master in it is Martin van Eysendern. He always leaves this piece on 1, because if you don't have exact plan to move this piece, then it's a loss of tempo. If you can, despite of this move, make another one, like for example attacking some spot in the in other area of the board, then make it, yeah? This move, if it will be necessary, can be played. But of course you want to wait as long as possible with this move, because you never know if you want this formation of Olympic and this longer column of 6, 11, 17, or if you want to move this piece to the central part like this 23. Once it goes to 6, it can never get to 23, so make your decisions responsible. And you know, it depends the opening. If you don't play the theoretical opening, then it's a waste of tempo many times. If you play theoretical opening, especially some attack, yeah, then you know sometimes this piece on 6 or 7, just to avoid some combinations or some other threats that your opponent can make. It's like Alexei Chizhov playing with 47. As I told before,
Yep.
he is just playing with this piece when he has exactly the plan how to use it, for which kind of formation, etc. Everything in drafts depends on position and on that what your opponent makes. So this is something that differences grandmasters from the masters. They are playing the right moves in the right time, and they are not wasting tempos with some unnecessary moves in behind. Yeah.
All right, so that was more answer than I was hoping for even, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I was just wondering, yeah, if I were on this, should I touch this piece number 1 or not? Huh? So,
Yeah, absolutely. So from your point of view and your knowledge, your questions are very valuable, yeah, because that way I can answer to some questions. Eric says, speaking about taking notes, it is also very suggested in negotiations, but not in every single situation. It is especially suggested when the situation is stressful, just as Mark said. Do you like negotiating, by the way? Because I assume you've done many in your life.
I've done a few, for sure. Yes, I do. There are many strategies toward negotiations. Of course, there's a lot of theory around it as well. Theory that you should always go for a kind of win-win partnership kind of deal, where, but that depends, of course, on the relationship after the negotiation, if the relationship begins or ends. So, so usually it is a good idea to make sure that both parties are reasonably happy after the negotiation. Yeah. Yes, because it will always come back to you if one party is not happy, unless it's just, okay, I'm selling a second-hand car and I just want to get rid of it. That's a different type of negotiation than I'm buying some software where I will need, you know, the other party to help me develop it further in the future. Yeah, then the price negotiation is only the beginning of the relationship. Yeah. So yes. I could talk for hours about that as well. Yeah. So thank you, Eric. So I'll shut up right now on this subject, because we are actually watching a World Championship match. But
we have also the time to cover some other things. It lets you calm down and show the other person that you take him seriously, but it is suggested to tell the other person that you will take notes in order to, 1, not to surprise him, her, 2, prepare the other side, that you will not be looking into eyes. Small things, but very important. It is like, you know, framing the actions, yeah, telling your other side what you are going to do and why, so the second side can feel understood also, and understand you yourself. I think that it is really, really nice to frame, to put it into the frame and to announce it during such conversations, negotiations, and and something. I did not know about number 1 piece. Win is nice story and not so easy in practice as you, Mark, pointed. But if you can try to get to such point, of course, it works. Depends whether short-term or long-term relationship ahead. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I did have some other question, they just lost it.
It will come back to you.
Yeah, it will probably, or never will. Waiting for Jan's choice right now. He's down to 27 minutes. Meanwhile, after this 50-45 move, finally we do have 17-21 move from Daria Tkachenko. So she is not wanting to move the piece number 5 or the move number 3. Okay, so it's, you know, logical after all. It's something interesting with the scan engine, because it shows one option that should be played, for example, according to scan. You leave it, the window, you come back, and it shows different move.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have already this move 30-25. Is 19-23 possible right now? Of course it is not. It is not, because now against those two pieces, 22 and 24, we have two columns working at time. And simply you exchange, weakening this spot 24, and you make another simple combination 1 for 2. So to go further, 1923, this move 5-10 is needed, and actually that will make probably Wiktoria Motrichko thinking on the next move. You have this one, of course. At first glance it seems this one can't be moved because you have 25-20, but of course it's not working. It's making an exchange, after which the black is having a better position after pushing back opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces against 8 pieces. To be honest, maybe there are some slight chances to have this position in the game, but yeah, if Victoria sees it, then she is not the one to exchange pieces, should not be the one, because, remind you, she is having 1 point less than her opponent. We have right now the closer look to Daria Tkachenko. Perhaps she changed the look. I see another haircut. I see something different in her look right now. That's an interesting topic, which I will definitely cover with Natalia Sadowska on Saturday. But Marek, do you think that being confident is also the part of how do you feel in your body and how do you feel you look?
Yes, well, I think at least appearing to be confident is part of the psychological match that is going on at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yes, so how does my opponent feel is a very important question. And how does this person appear to feel? How is this person behaving? Because you have to remember, these people do not look at the computer evaluation. Mm-hmm. Yes, so even behavior can suggest something that may or may not be there. So it's very important. I think in general, it's as a rule, it is good to look confident in your own abilities. Yeah, I don't know if there's any special reason why a player would dress differently on the one day or the next day to sort a certain effect. I don't think there's a lot of that going on.
Because you're the man.
Maybe that is the case, and maybe I never really thought deeply about it. They're not playing with sunglasses on and so on, so.
It's not like being with the poker face all the time, but I saw the preparations of Natalia to the match 2021. So yes. She spent few days on planning what she will wear each day of the match, because she knew exactly before the match how important for her is to feel confident, and how important for her, especially knowing, there are photographers, there are broadcasts, how she looks, how important it is.
Yes, I noticed that the men took the convention that they wear a jacket during this match.
Yesterday it was differently, probably.
It might have been. Victoria has shown some very colorful outfits. In the beginning she had some kind of pink, purple, kind of. I never know the names of the colors, so please forgive me. Please forgive me.
It's a man's thing.
Yes. But that, of course, when you're sitting at the board and you see someone opposite you who has kind of distracting clothing, it may have some effect. Yes, I would assume there are some perhaps guidelines for this, but I don't even know that. Do you know that, Daniel?
There are not so many guidelines in drafts, I assume, but I also discussed about this topic to Łukasz Turlej. He is the secretary of FIDE from Poland, and previously he was the tournament director of FIDE. And we met each other after the women's match I organized, and we talked about that. So, for example, in chess you have regulations how you can look during the games. Otherwise, you pay fines. And for many players, it is okay to dress not like in the regulations, because that way they get the popularity, they get some, outfit that makes them standing out from the rest, and they just pay the fines. It's like, for example, $500 per round, and they are okay with paying that. Yeah. So in chess, it is quite problematic because they don't know how to set the fine level, how to make it, all working for all, and they have some problems. In drafts, we have too small community to have this as a problem at now, and all the players just are, I think, respecting each other, and we don't have such things like they have in chess. By the way, I reminded myself the question I wanted to ask when you were talking about the negotiations, etc. I also assume that you as a CEO did have many different trainings, coachings about that, and techniques, other things. And I just wonder, if you face someone at some important meeting from another big company, you are negotiating big things, and you see the techniques, the ways your opponent, let's say opponent, tries to talk with you, and you understand that your opponent understands you, etc. Isn't it a bit artificial then? Than being just a human and talking like a human? Have you ever thought something like that?
You can, almost always bring the conversation back to a human level.
Okay.
And I think that's important, yeah? If you of course try to create a setting in which you feel the most comfortable, yes? And so if it's very artificial, I don't like anything artificial. I just have an allergy against that. So if I feel that we are going into a kind of artificial direction, I will definitely say something about it.
Okay.
Yes, I say, look, I do not feel comfortable discussing it in such a way. Why don't we just, cut the formalities and start talking about what we really are here for? Yeah. So I would not be shy in that kind of situation to basically create a situation in which I also feel comfortable. Yeah. And it sometimes I have seen this in practice, that the other party is coming with a whole plan, of attack during negotiation, and say, okay, dispense with all those artificial stuff. Let's just sit down. Let's just drink a cup of coffee. It doesn't make any sense to try to talk to me in this way. And I've had such discussions, yes, for sure. By the way, your assumption that I had many trainings on this, I think negotiation has come, as part of some executive training once or twice during my life, but definitely not a lot. Yeah. So it's also practice. Yes, it's just, doing it many times, seeing what is the result of that and how you have to live with the result of that. Teaches you from your mistakes, and then the next time you'll do better. Oh, Natalia confirms that it's important to think about how you dress. So thank you, Natalia. Maybe when we finally have our training, you can explain to me why I'm not looking properly for the occasion. That's fine. By the way, very interesting, Victoria, make the move to 30.
As expected.
Yes, but to me, very interesting.
As expected, and quite interesting it is right now. What will Daria choose to play? Because computer suggests the move 3 to 8, which at first glance looks very not logical. But if this piece can get from 3 to 8 and to 13, somehow this position can turn into a not so comfortable one to white pieces. If such move like 3-8 will happen, then maybe 33, 38 and 34 would be a plan, but I don't know if it is possible right now, because this 43, 39 just avoids, just lets Daria to play this move 18-23, and this is all about the timing of the moves. Of course, after that this one would not be possible because of simple 1-4-2. And what to play then? What other moves you have? Because, you know, after such moves you get your opponent even more and more attacking position. You don't want to face that way. You can see how dark pieces are pushing in such situation, the white pieces. And it's not easy to play, so perhaps the only move would be 37-31. So looking at that, I don't think the move 43-39 is possible. So and which move to take? The best one for the computer would be this one. You simply wait, your opponent probably must attack something. That would be already the moment pointing the advantage to the black pieces instead of white as before. It's not easy to play that game, but if Daria finds this plan 3-8, 8-13, I think that it slowly can turn into the advantage of black finally. Yeah, so we see that after some inconvenient moments for one side, there could be another moment for another side. So it changes like a woman.
Well, let me not comment on that one, but
La donna è mobile.
What's interesting that King's Row all the time gives a steady, small but a very steady advantage to Victoria. Yeah, so the King's Row knows how to avoid all the tactical complications, obviously, which is interesting.
Oh, Damian, feel free to ask me. I've been studying and teaching negotiation for 20 plus years. I know most theories, I'm sure. What Mark is saying is very wise. It's also suggested by all top negotiators. I always wanted to participate in some coaching like that. I have worked in the sales areas and of course, in the beginning of my work, I was always prepared from the meetings with the clients, with the plan of the conversations, etc., etc. But then I just stopped it and I just started to do it by myself when I just got more confident in the topic that I am talking about. And from being an observer and making right conclusions from the mistake, like Mark mentioned, it is the best way to improve yourself, I believe. And not to follow the theory. And also there come the moment in your life when you just don't follow the theories and you are just creating your vision and your philosophy of life. And also work, I think. Just to protect yourself, it is important to know the dirty tricks. Yeah, absolutely. From that point of view, exactly. It is the most important, absolutely. Another question to you, Mark, if I might ask. If you looking at all the history of drafts and all the personalities, if you could make a world title match among two people from the history at their top levels, from the history, no matter what age they were, who would play against who? Or should I ask, who would play against Ton Sebrans?
Baba C, of course.
Yeah? Oh.
Yeah, of course.
Can you explain somehow? Because that's...
Oh yeah, yes. I mean, Baba, that's very interesting. Actually, Ton Sebrans wrote a fantastic book about him, a biography, which I do not have, unfortunately. Baba C was a natural talent, and a completely natural talent. And he was even better than Jan Groenendijk in seeing combinations. And he executed a few of them also. So a spectacular player who, when you see old pictures of old tournaments, has actually someone to help him make the notations of the moves because he couldn't write. And there's the absolutely natural talent, but also a very gentle and intelligent man. And he was a hero of Ton Sebrans. Ton actually is happy to explain that he always had a portrait of Baba C somewhere in his bedroom because he admired him so much. So that would be, for historical, sentimental reasons, definitely a matchup I would like. But of course, there have been many players over the. I think today, I would like to see a match between, well, if possible, still Roel Boomstra and Georgiev, because I never really came to any conclusion who is the better of the two players. Because again, Georgiev is a magician when it comes to creating chances later in the game. You think there's nothing there in the position anymore, and all of a sudden you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And he definitely is one of the biggest talents the game ever had, and we have not seen enough of him. Also, publicly very little. Withdrew, in fact, quite a bit from the game, just as Roel did, and I never saw. I was hoping for a match between those two, for the world title.
Everyone was the time.
Yes. But I think Jan and Yuri are very good players for the tournament. I mean, today we do not see those big contrasting personalities. All these players seem to be on reasonable terms with each other. I don't know about Victoria and Daria. Yes, I simply do not know what is their personal relationship, if there is any. But everybody is behaving very correctly, very nicely. Everybody knows each other. So there's very little of controversy going on, which is perhaps a little bit missing.
Maybe we are not mentioning everything, but about the private relations between Victoria and Daria, I think that they are not good relations according to what happens in the Ukraine, because as you might know, Daria TKACHENKO was winning the titles for the Ukraine, and then she accepted to have the Russian passport, and after that, Ukraine, after the war started, Ukrainian Federation just wanted Daria to resign from the Russian passport, but Daria didn't want to do it. As he explained to me personally, he told me that she has family there, and with the passport, that's the only way she can visit them, and Ukrainian Federation just didn't want her to represent Ukraine as she has the Russian passport. And finally, it ended like we know, Daria moved to Netherlands, and now she's representing the Netherlands. So this is not so easy thing, and maybe, despite the fact it's not right to say loud about such things, because those are the personal choices, etc., but from the promotion side of the sport, sometimes it would be something helpful for us. To go out with it, but it's not right, so we don't do it. We don't use such things.
No, and we are not in a position to give any opinion on that. If someone has family and has family reason to have a certain course of action, who are we to comment or even have an opinion on that? Yes, but I think say in the 70s, when you had Fischer Spassky going on in chess, so there were basically the Soviet bloc against the rest of the world in a certain way, so American against Russia. So that was kind of symbolic meaning. And today you could find those things, but I don't think it is in the spirit of the game to do that.
Also the personalities, the way how Bobby Fischer acted on this game, on this match. The first game lost in a quick way, and second game he didn't appear, and then still won the match. That was something crazy.
Yes.
And there is another question I wanted to ask previously. Seeing such things, like sometimes I feel that after that match, that kind of match, I would be just hating drafts, and I would not like to take a look at it anymore. Sometimes we see situations like recently with Ding. After losing the match, 4 hours later he is online playing some variant of chess, and sometimes we could see such things from the top chess players, and also we can see it from the drafts players. Do you think it's like the passion, it's the habit, or what it is that they're acting like that? Because honestly, during the tournaments, after the games, I just don't want to take a look at drafts.
Exactly. Well, I used to be like that as well. But the Ding is a very interesting example, because actually after winning the world title last year, he sort of almost resigned from chess. He came into a very difficult time. He had problems, all the emotions, all the stress, and so on. It cost him dearly. So I have this sneaky feeling that, of course, he was playing to win the title, but in some way he's a little bit relieved not to be the world champion at this moment, and maybe that was a kind of relief for him. So it was not a problem for him to say appear the next day on online again. So that's a very special case, I would say. Ding, because it was almost like the world title was weighing very heavily on his shoulders. But the psychology of that is very interesting. So I do not know the answer there, to be honest, Damian.
Okay. looking at the game between Yuri and Jan, so finally after this move 45-40, we have a move 3 to 8, so Jan is following the structure probably I mentioned before. Those two columns working together on the double line on this area of the board are a good tool to develop your position. Of course, at some moment of the game you are having less and less pieces on the board, so it means that you can create less and less structures, and the opposition can fulfill less and less tasks, like for example this column 9-3-14 that could be used against this potential piece 25. So immediately after 3 to 8, Yuri is going to 35. Another reason is to unlock the space for this 40 that was by me found as the weakness in the position, and after that 8-12 is played, and I do expect this 1-7 on another move. And I really like the structure of Jan Groenendijk. When you look at it, it looks like it don't have any weaknesses in it. Of course there could be this piece 9, but on the other hand it's not the hanging one, because if Yuri goes to 29 you have immediately the possibility of exchanging 20-24, and then for example attack, you can take the center over. So those moves, despite they look normally and quite safe, there could be some serious variant played by one or another player. Now Yuri ANIKEEV is having 24 minutes to make other 12 moves, so he is down. Oh, this exchange is going on. He is down to average time of 2 minutes per move, instead 1 minute per move around that Jan has. But there is this exchange going on, so yeah, obviously this move 1-7 will be played with those options. I like the geometry of the position, like you say many times. Many times it works like that in drafts. When your position looks nice, it's good. Do you have this feeling when you play
Yes,
drafts?
of course. It's very natural, and and therefore I would be very easy victim for tactics, because you can make a lot of mistakes like that as well. Yeah, but I think for the balance in the position, Jan will probably play 1-7 to have this column. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense at this moment.
And Daria is playing 18-23.
She is. Wow.
At this moment. So it's another time psychological game, because if Victoria plays this exchange, then it means that Victoria is not going for a draw. It would mean for Daria that I'm much ahead in this game. But this move actually could be an accuracy after this exchange, because those gaps are massive. There are so many gaps right now in the position. It's like a Swiss cheese, yeah? How to avoid all the threats that now are created after this move?
Actually, this is also the recommendation of Scan, yeah, at the moment.
Yes. So let's try to analyze it. After 21-26, you lose the game, because still you have this majority. 2-4-3, you take, and this piece is attacked and taken the next move. Another one could be 11-17, the same works, yeah, because there is 2-4-3, 1-1, and even though you attack it, you can just simply escape and not to lose a piece. What else can happen? Every other move comes with the same threat. 21-27 is the only move to play without immediate combination, but after that you have extremely weak point here, 16. You go there with those threats, you must avoid it by playing here, and you have, for example, this exchange again, 3-4-3. That would be, in the opinion of Scan, very good thing, because you just attack the short wing of your opponent. Yeah, it can be attacked by creating this column and this threat. On the other hand, you can forward your position with 33-28 and this attack 27-22. It's very, very problematic, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, Scan would suggest to play 15-12.
Exactly, yeah, you can close the position. Yeah.
But okay, oh, you can't play here, because of course then you would go to 40-21. So this is the only move to play. And after getting such position, okay, here, oh, that's very interesting. You can't play there because this works right now.
Yep.
And you can't go here. Okay, you can, but it gives the equal position. Maybe even better for black. But computer wants to play that way, and for that to have a combination. Sacrificing 3, collecting 2 to get to such position. You have 1 piece less, and you have winning position probably. Because after 3-8 you always go to the king.
Yeah.
And there is only one more move for black. And after that you wait. White must face this option. You go, you take, and you have a massive position for white. Having 1 piece more at the moment, less at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a beautiful thing. So it would make Daria forced to play this move to avoid this 1-4-2 threat. And there is this exchange. Wow, we've got extremely complicated position. Very, very complex one. So Daria is not finding the best move in the position. 3-8, after which probably, and 8-13 plan, I would recommend it, I would prefer to have black's position. But now after this move, if Victoria finds 37-31, this creates great problems to Daria. That's a great moment in the game. It would create big chances for Victoria MOTRICHKO if only she finds to. Oh, she's not playing there. She's going for 33-29. Still, it holds some advantage, but that would be great with this holding those threats 25-20. We would have so unclear position, yeah. Here after 33-29, it must come with this exchange. Still, it is looking like a bit better for white. With this possibility of attacking to 29, but I would prefer this move 37-31 much more. We were just inches away from the great game and position. What can we do? Let's take a look at Yuri's and Jan's game, and after a quick look we can make another few minutes break if you don't mind.
Oh, we had the simplification there.
Yeah, we have the simplification, another and another one. We got to this position, so it's 2, 4, 6, 8 pieces against 8 pieces. The indication of computer is draw, and of course, for Yuri it's okay in this position. And looking at the possibilities, yeah, there are so many options of just making this 2-4-2 exchange, and after 18-23, actually the position gets better for white, because you get close classical position, controlling the corner, limiting this 15 from move, yeah, and you probably have less tempos than your opponent. So it was not possible for Jan. Immediately after closing the position in the central classical position, the scan shows indication of 0.6 to white, so it means that it was forced variation from Yuri ANIKEEV. 18-22, and now to fight against this 27 until your opponent is not playing 2-28 is this exchange. Of course, the move not to let 33-28 to happen is 7-12, because you have this combination Philip Coup. But on the other hand, after this move, you can't make exchange 17-22 directly anymore. So Jan has chosen to play that. And still, it looks optically better for Jan, but like previously, it's looking like a draw, according to computer assistance and the experience of us as the drafts players, ladies and gentlemen. So let's make 10 minutes break to 12:40, and then we'll be back on the key moment before the time control. Can we do it that way?
Yes, agreed. See you in 10 minutes.
See you in 10 minutes.
What is happening?
What is happening is a good question. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break, and as you can see, some moves were made already by gentlemen after this exchange. Simple plan, finally 45 is developed but to the edge, but it's not a problem because there is 15 standing here on this wing, so we have a compensation. And when Jan tries to go to the central squares, Yuri just is not having any other possibilities, just building the formation, letting him to exchange these central squares, and slowly we are probably heading for a draw. Jan's clock indicates 3 minutes 38 seconds right now, and he must make 4 more moves, so it's not safe situation again, but the position is quite clear to play. It should not be problematic. Let's take a look at the thing that bothers us more. So finally, this is not the position that we got because this exchange were made, yeah, and before the break we are expecting. Now scan indicates 0.7 advantage of white pieces, so more than before.
What's more, even King's Row indicates 0.8.
Oh, that would be something huge. I'll turn on the King's Row on my computer soon in this position, so it will calculate even more accurate than the one on the chart, I think. And Victoria plays the best possible move 38-33, and it's answered with that's interesting on scan side, because scan shows that the best move is 3-8, but after that indication is 0.8, but after another move 10-15 the indication is lower, 0.5.
Exactly.
That's quite fine and funny. That was the plan, 44-40, but it is one 43-38, probably to finish this column and perhaps prepare some attack of the wing is fine as well. So what's the difference in this idea, in this position? You can see already that after Daria was getting tempos, more and more of them, there's finally a difference, a break in the classical position, where one side can attack one wing and the other side can attack other wing. But the difference is this piece, 47. As I always tell you, this is the key piece to defend your left long wing, and lack of it can be very problematic to Daria. Also the fact that she has pieces involved on the side, so those are not the central squares like this one controlled by Victoria MOTRICHKO in this case. So those pieces are not going anywhere, yeah? And after the simple plan of exchanging it and maybe attacking it and maybe creating this threat 33-28, there are chances to get better for white in this position, more and more. So this is finally the position. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this 8-12 was a mistake actually, not even an inaccuracy according to scan. Okay, Mark is waving the heads like not believing truly in what scan shows us, but after 8-13, logically it looks better. I don't know why she puts more and more pieces on this side of the board. Why? This is logical move, more logical, at least more flexible for the future moves. But now this 8-12, and now scan indicates 1.7 piece advantage for white. You can see the bar on the board almost fully covered with lighter color, 1.7 advantage. And now this exchange that is possible and suggested by scan, okay, showed almost 2 pieces of advantage, now only 1, but that way more and more pieces are grouped on one side of the board. So this is definitely a moment where I want to use my King's Row, so give me please a second. That time you can jungle or to do something else to entertain the viewers.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I have King's Row, of course, in front of me, so
Yeah.
it's, I know what
But
King's Row says.
you have it on Turbodan base, or you're just looking at the chart on
I
KNDB?
just have it from the Dutch website, the live
KNDB.
website. It says 0.5. Yeah, so the advantage came down a little bit, but it's still a clear advantage at this stage of the game. Also, because of slightly reduced material, it will become very concrete now. Yes.
Yeah.
So every move has a price. And as long as Victoria has the famous cross, say, to defense, but she has not a lot of other moves to make anymore, so it will become very concrete, yeah. So we are not talking.
So what does King's Row show on KNDB side?
0.48 plus
0.48. Okay.
Yes.
Now my one is calculating on 30 moves depth,
Oh,
and
wow.
it shows 0.7.
Not bad.
That is a winning one. That is a winning one advantage. Yeah.
But Daria took it to 2 and 2, yeah.
31 moves of depth, 0.8.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, my King's Row shows it is winning position for white. And after this exchange,
Yeah.
it is... So King's Row, my King's Row calculated it is not the best move to exchange that.
No.
Because already on depth of 28 moves, it gives you 0.89 already. And it's counting, and it will be increasing. And if with the depth of the moves advantage increases, then it means that the position is probably winning. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's obvious that Victoria has chances to possess the center much more than Daria at the moment. She has more flexibility.
Those were the perfect moves, of course. Only one. And right now, the great way to continue from this position for white, you have even closer shot on the board. Daria plays immediately, as always.
Yeah.
Now, when it is calculating to 29 depth of moves, it shows 0.7, but slowly with the... okay, now it turned lower a bit to 0.58 after 30 moves. But, you know, this kind of advantage for human, it is almost impossible to play perfect 30 moves being short on time. So we do expect to have some mistakes, some inaccuracies in this game so far still from this moment. The best plan, of course, is to play 33-29 and was played already. It's not updated yet on this analytical board. And Daria Tkachenko is on the move. Scan shows 1.7. And by the way, I will just turn on other computer engines, because I can have up to 3. Okay, Scan calculates it. And fleets. Let's see. So now my laptop is having tough work to do, as 3 engines are calculating this position. And after giving them some time, already Scan calculates for 34 moves. Fleets for 13 moves only, and King's Row for 31 in this position.
In the meantime, in the chat, Eriks is talking about how beautiful positions can be. I also tend to look at positions and look at their geometrical form and shape, and they can be beautiful visually. Yes. So I agree with that.
It's like in our lives, when someone has, for example, symmetrical face, we feel like this person looks better. The same is in your position in drafts.
It might be.
So after some time of calculating, still King's Row shows 0.46 on the depth of 31 moves, but showing that the best move here was 14-19. But Daria has played 9-13, and that was more inaccurate move. So right now the advantage for Victoria grows over 1 piece. Scan shows 1.63, so quite similar to thing that we see here. Fleets 0.44. In my opinion, my experience analyzing the King's Row evaluation, it is a winning position. And if not in the perfect variant even, then from the human side, it must come with some inaccuracies, yeah? According to the best line out of 30 moves, it's not possible for human to play like King's Row. That was the first inaccuracy of Daria Tkachenko, probably. The better move, according to the deep line, was 14 to 19, but absolutely not logical move because it helps you to attack this wing on many different ways. At first glance, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a close shot on this board on the camera to the right, so it's worth to follow. And we are 10 minutes from the time control, and actually here in the women's game, Wiktoria MOTRICHKO, 2 minutes 25 seconds to make 6 more moves. After this 42-38, that was the best move according to what King's Row says. So now Daria Tkachenko is on the move. This is definitely the game we want to follow. Just take a quick look at the gentleman's game. So here, after going further, okay, it's a bit passive from Yuri ANIKEEV. Probably it was possible to play here, but yeah, it comes with big calculations. After this exchange, maybe the possibility of locking your opponent, because Jan probably would get to 28 again. So yeah, Yuri just decided to exchange it, and the position is of course still equal after going 33-29 with this possibility of locking the wing. This is something easy to calculate, and what is also important, gentleman already has got to the time control moment. They made 45 moves, but we are far from this moment here. 12-18. 12-18 was also suggested by King's Row, Scan and Fleets. All the computer engines showed that this could be the best move to play in this position. Of course, I'm using for that Turbo Dumbbase 12, and I recommend you to buy one because it's the best tool. You can compare all the engines. There are most important engines that are on the market. You can try which one is the best one, play the testing games, and some grandmasters even try to learn from the computer engines how to create chances to beat humans, because this is, for example, how Scan plays, and this is something that I heard from Grandmaster Martin van Eisendorn. By the way, if you haven't watched it yet, the video when Martin was analyzing his final game from the Lishuey Open 2024, go for it, because thanks to the fact that he reminded himself the game from the past, from 7 years ago, he managed to win the most important round of the tournament and win that way entire competition. And after 12-18, oh, 47-42, that's the move that I would not like to play so much. So I thought that this 47 was a big value for white pieces. Actually, Scan says it's the best move, not Scan, Fleet says it's the best move, but Scan and King's Row recommended to play 38-33. And after that, yeah, the advantage decreases after this move, 22-27. This is probably something we can expect from Daria's side. I don't understand the display. What was against this move 38-33? After all, you are creating some chance here. Maybe after this exchange, yeah, and this, it's okay, because after that you have this move and unavoidable combination. What was Wiktoria afraid in this variation? Tell me, please.
Well, I cannot tell you what she was afraid of.
This move, you have the same.
Yeah.
Come on, what to play with black pieces here? Yeah, King's Row shows a draw after 22-27 now. Why not to play here? I don't know. There is, you know, every move trying to remove this piece just brings this to an end. This structure, very important structure. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't get this move at all. Now all the threats created here are just working, or going here and forcing Wiktoria to exchange that, it can't be bad for Daria. Because on that, you can always exchange, stop your opponent for a moment from doing this combination, and after that just have a forced draw. Perhaps Wiktoria thinks this endgame will be winning one, but it is not. You are just missing the tempos, no matter which way you play, because always your opponent will get some time to get to the king. Of course, it's not easy to calculate everything properly when you have just last seconds on the clock. But again, it could be the fact that Victoria is being the victim on her time management. She started well, she played well in the opening, but then in the middle game she lost too much time, and when the winning position appeared on the board, she is not going for that. Russian players pay lots of attention to position field. They often speak about positions as priyatny, beautiful. Yeah. Hello, Damiana. How is today's rounds going? You can see the key moments, Kuba Gazda. I don't understand the last move made by Victoria MOTRICHKO, the current world champion.
Daria's time is also not very generous anymore.
No.
And they both still have to make a few moves, yeah?
Daria is on 2 minutes 30 seconds, as you can see in the upper part of the analytical board, and also the live board to the right from KNDB and L. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the key moment. Despite the fact you can see the full bar of for the white color, it's not looking like the winning one. After 20, maybe after changing 38, 32, and then 9, 29, 24. Okay, let's analyze this variation. You mean after, without this move, just by going here, after changing 38, 32? But that was the previous moment, you mean? I don't know which moment you mean there now, somewhere. Changing 38, 32. I don't know what moment you mean. In some variant or some the main line? Daria down to 1 minute 30 seconds. So this is actually something we haven't seen before, probably, from Daria TKACHENKO, being such a short timing one. Ladies and gentlemen, so now we'll see many moves made in a short time, because girls are just down to 1 minute and must still make 5 moves. And Daria must make more, even more. And she plays 13-19 after such calculations. So, okay, let's analyze it with King's Row. I don't have the skills to follow it immediately. But you know what? Oh, now King's Row shows 1 piece advantage again. And scan over 3 pieces advantage. And the best move to play is a simple one. I don't get this move because it gives the simple play to Daria, of course, to Victoria. Victoria exchanges forward immediately, obviously. That way also she secures her position and the time, because she's making the moves. And after going 21-27, the problem is now she's done. Okay, 21-27 probably will be necessary to play, but after going 13-19 and removing this piece 13, she's not having anymore the possibility of playing 22-27. And she makes the decision of her opponent to go to 42 from 47 reasonable. So this move, this exchange is made, and ladies and gentlemen, now scan shows the 4 pieces advantage. And once again she's pushing her back and giving the simple play to her opponent. Now there was the move to 23 made, and the best one was 38-33, obviously, by all the computers. But this one should be... Oh, this one is a draw! Oh my god! This one is a drawish move. We'll analyze that in a second, and there is this exchange. For scan it is winning again, but for King's Row it is not.
Yeah, scan gets a little bit delusional towards the end of the game.
But the move, okay, there is the time control. But to be honest, how nice the draw looks right now. Once again, Victoria can be a victim of a forced draw by Daria. Now Daria is having the time control, and ladies and gentlemen, the variant to draw this game is this one. To sacrifice 2 pieces to a king for the opponent and to make this exchange, and this is a forced draw. And this is something that definitely Daria can find. You can go, but then you have no way of winning such an endgame, as there is a sacrifice, and those are central pieces, centrally orientated pieces, and every time you try to attack something, you become a victim of attack by
One will
yourself.
get lost, yeah.
But any other move probably will lead to a losing position, something like that. Could be difficult. And Daria Tkachenko can play here. Okay, going back to the position here. It looks like this 38-33 is a very tough, very strong move, because you just keep your opponent not having the possibility of going 22-27 all the time. And this is very, very disturbing piece for black, because never this column, this formation will work. You just make a simple exchange and you have no idea how to use it. Even though if white pieces play here, still can move this one forward and just winning the game. Already in this position, scan shows that this sacrifice would be necessary to take.
Yeah, the only thing, yeah.
So Victoria was 2 moves, actually maybe even 1 move from winning this game, and now the position is equal. The position is possible to save for Daria Tkachenko.
And now she has time to think about it as well, yeah, so...
Maybe she plans 11-17, but when? Here. Here you mean, Eriks? And Samuel says after 22-27. So we mean this, yeah? That after that this change, you mean, and this move. You meant this variation, but I don't know, because this is just looking like a quick draw with this and this threat. Looking at this moment of the game that was created here after this exchange, yeah, this move probably was a mistake that slips away the victory for Victoria MOTRICHKO. To be honest, Victoria is going to have less and less chances. Somehow she must catch it when she has an opportunity, because we are, after this round that will probably end in a draw, we are just 4 rounds till the end of the match.
Yes.
That could be a problem here.
Jan and Yuri are also not going to make any more big fight probably today. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but...
We haven't seen any moves after the 45th one. It's kind of obvious. It's kind of obvious that this game will end in a draw. But here, the only question is, if Daria Tkachenko finds a forced way of drawing this game, then we'll have additional 4 ones in the standings, probably. Damian, we cannot get to the same position to discuss the same one. Forget it. Yeah, that's right. That way you should write the number of the move or something. Yeah, it's tough to understand it. It's tough to get to the right position. After today's games, we are just after 2/3 parts of the rounds, ladies and gentlemen. 8 out of 12 moves 12 rounds will be played already, and we will have only 4 in front of us. So it means the key moment of this match is now, and players, if creating some chances, must go for it, must use it, because there will be less and less chances to decide those matches. Do you think at this moment that we will have 2 tiebreaks, 1 or none?
I think we will have 1 tiebreak.
Among?
The men. And I think we could still see a second decisive game by Daria. If I would be a betting man, that might be what I'm betting for. Yes.
But yesterday and today it was like, and the day before it was like Victoria is having her momentum. In your opinion, it's not enough, yeah?
Well, yes, but if I would bet something, I would just go for that bet. And maybe I will probably be wrong.
But you would get good odds. Yeah.
Yes, no, I think in general Daria seems to have the slightly more precise opening preparation, although not really visible today so much. And she is playing a bit faster. It gives us some options later in the game. But today, obviously, Victoria had the better chances, it's obvious. But they played a quite interesting game together. And I think what Daria tried with her, say, advanced position, with a big advantage in Tempe. And now, actually, it's the other way around, I would say. Well, not exactly in Tempe, but Scan still evaluates the position as very favorable for Victoria, based on Tempe, probably.
Yeah. So for you that joined the transmission broadcast, you don't know, or you just didn't follow it at the time of analysis. Here in this position that is created after the time control from both players, Victoria MOTRICHKO in the 6 against 6 position has the possibility of forcing a draw. Despite the fact Scan shows 4.5 pieces advantage for white, Victoria can play this amazing forced victory. And this is something that probably algorithm of Scan is not using, because it shows losing 2 pieces, yeah? And maybe algorithms are written that way that they don't follow it. For example, I've made once the move that Fleets, Turbo Dumbbase, didn't see against Evgeny Vatutin, Grandmaster. We played a game in Bakoli in 2014. And I asked then Class Bor why it is not, visible by the computer. And he told me that algorithms are written that way, that after sacrificing 2 pieces and then making normal move, they are just not following this variation, not calculating that. Yeah, and I had the variation against the Vatutin when I used the majority. I sacrificed 2 pieces and then I made normal move. And finally I got to position 6 against 3 against Vatutin, but he had 2 kings and I couldn't win it. No way for that. So close, but so far. And here in this position, after losing 2 pieces and making an exchange, which is still holding to loss of 2 pieces, perhaps algorithm is written that way that Scan is not seeing that. But King's Row immediately showed us that position.
Yeah, it's a draw. By the way, Vatutin is or was he not the trainer of Natalia as well?
Yes. Before the World Championship matches that she won against Olga Kamyszlejeva and against Zoya Golubieva, and still during the match against Tamara Tansykurzyna. Yeah. There is a huge role of the coach, because he is preparing a player for the opening, for the style of opponent. Of course, he is considered one of the best coaches in the world, actually, Evgeny Vatutin. And his books about calculations in the game, and those are really appreciated books. I don't know if you've been working with it, but the positions he proposed there as a training, that you have some limited restricted time to calculate the position and find the best moves. Despite the ideas, yeah, the way of how you train your calculational skills, it works perfectly. And
well, I have the book of Vatutin. And I read part of it, and then I tried some of the exercise, and I realized it is for a different level player for sure than I am, because you really need to be pretty good to be able to do those exercises.
It is tough. It is tough. It is difficult, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, difficult.
Do you think Daria
is on the Kasia?
Kasia Stańczuk. Maybe Daria is scared of 48-42. You mean after that? This 48-42? When? I don't know when. Kasia, what you mean? Which variation? It's gonna be 4 against 1? You mean later or what? I don't know which moment it is 48-42. Here, this moment? 43. Sorry. Okay, after going that direction. And then 4 versus 1. Okay. So just, you mean after that, and that it will be 44 against 2, yeah? Because you sacrifice 2 pieces. You must sacrifice 2 pieces and have 4 against 1. Usually, your intuition should say to you that when all the pieces, without even 1 king, are in the central part of the board, it should be a draw somehow, forced draw. Another line is... Oh. Another line is... Daria didn't find it. Daria didn't play it. Huh. Okay, let's just follow this way. Many times it is like you have... Even while having the position with 1 king on the opposite side and 3 kings in the central part of the board, still many times it is a draw, and many lines how to play such endgames for a draw are in the Tjalling-Hudemuth's courses, and there are so many different examples of how to play them.
King Throw says it's winning now for Vicky, simply 31-27.
Daria TKACHENKO spent 10 minutes of calculating here. The question is, if she considered this move, of course, after, you know, calming down, it's not like the easiest way to think and to find, yeah? Because still it gets you in some unclear position, yeah? You must
so maybe
sure
Kasia was right, yeah? That
Kasia was
she was
right.
worried about that. Yes. But now King's Row simply says it's winning.
It's absolutely winning position according to King's Row. King's Row shows 9.99, ladies and gentlemen. So it can be a great comeback of Victoria MOTRICHKO after this move, 21-26. So you know,
opposition. You have opposition, basically.
Yes, simple thing.
Yeah.
How Daria TKACHENKO led to this position. So you can't play this move because of this, simply, and you can't move forward. Wow. It's obvious mistake.
Yeah, it's
very simple one.
It's opposition.
So just after you told me that this match will be decided with Daria's victory.
Yeah, you see how the universe acts, yeah, against me in general, which is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Victoria MOTRICHKO is with big chances of winning this game. I can't say she is winning because already Ivan Antonenko will come to the chat and be rude for me saying that. But after this move by Daria TKACHENKO, when she still had 20 more minutes to think, she makes the move after which the position is hopeless. There is no reason of playing that, even though such moves could look better. Playing this move and forcing your opponent for this exchange, after which you don't have any moves to play, let's say something like that you try to go forward and you just wait. Oh, sorry, not the direction, of course, that. And you get to this position, because here and here. And you must sacrifice this piece. If you play something like that and that, you simply push away, push back your opponent, you go to the king. Here it is victory. I don't get it. How to try to understand that? Is it the exhaustion? Is it once again the willing of Daria to create some time pressure, or she thinks that this position was lost anywhere and she just wants to play move after which maybe she will save some time for the other moves to try to save this game? I don't understand it. That will create a very, very interesting moment in the ladies' match. If Victoria wins that game, it means that even though of 3 draws till the end of the match, the player who wins another game will be the winner of the match. Here writing down notes, moves did not help Daria, but if she loses, it's good for sport. Keep excitement, of course. Even though we did have a draw here, it still would be excited as the current world champion must have chased the result. But now Okay, let's take a quick look at what Yuri ANIKEEV decided to play. Not 33-29 as Scan suggested, but inaccuracy according to Scan, because Scan would not like to have this piece exchanged by Jan Groenendijk. So somehow there is a 0.7 advantage for black for Jan Groenendijk, but it's not enough according to Scan's indication of winning this game, of course, but probably everything is calculated here by Yuri. But once I've told you that everything is calculated by Yuri, then it turned out it wasn't. Yeah? It's not like it's easy thing to calculate everything till the end. So now Jan is fully concentrated, the same position he showed us during the time that he had worse position against Yuri, the moment when we predicted that it is possible for Jan to just give up the game and shake up the hand of his opponent. Finally, he managed to draw this game. 9-14 is quickly played, so yeah, quick play must be followed by Victoria 48-37 or 38-32, and not going, of course, to 18, but it's a forced variation. There is nothing else to play. You just want to avoid your opponent of making a breakthrough by 16-21, yeah? So you don't play such moves, because it's a draw. This is something definitely will not happen. That's the moment where golden piece 48 is standing on the right spot, because now it's controlling both sides from breaking through on it. And after 48-42, what your opponent can play? This move, or just going 15-20, and then you wait.
15-20, trying to break through somehow.
And after that, you just wait. If your opponent plays here, you always have this move, yeah. And now this sacrifice somehow must be made. So more logical is this one, because those will be staying in the central part of the board. But you go here, and there is another really nice possibility of catching opponent from going to the king. You sacrifice here, you sacrifice additional 3, and you take 2 to the king. So it means that this king will cut the way of 2 pieces by, for example, playing here. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. But that needs all to be calculated, yeah? It's not all that easy.
Yes, but it's quite calculated when you have 5 pieces and you have a possibility of moving only 2 of them. Mm-hmm. It's a forced variation, yeah? This one is a really good central one, holding 2 pieces away. This one is limiting just each other, yeah, those ones. So it means that only 15-20 is the move to calculate, and this is just the intuition, yeah? Intuition is... I've heard recently nice definition of intuition, which is the connection of knowledge and experience. Yeah? Yep. It creates you the intuition. And how would you, that's the nice topic that I like to cover with the teachers during some meetings with them when I teach them how to teach drafts. I ask them, what is the intelligence in their opinion? How would you describe the intelligence?
Oh my God, after more than 3 hours of discussions. What is intelligence? I think it has something to do with your ability to react to new situations. Mm-hmm. Definitely. And of course what you say about intuition is very true, because it's basically...
Don't change the topic.
No, but they're very much connected with each other. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't interrupt me, Damian.
Okay, pardon.
I'm formulating my thoughts here. But intelligence, of course, you have many different definitions of that.
Yeah, but the one you told is absolutely true, and that's the point that I wanted to go. Adapting to some situations, but I love the definition of one of the physicians, Dragan, Professor Andrzej Dragan. I don't know if you know him already.
Yes, of course, he's a professor at my faculty.
That's right. And you've had already some classes with him, or not yet?
No, not yet personally, no. Okay. But he is around sometimes.
He's a great guy. He's so active in the social media. I love to hear him. And he told once during the interview that intelligence is finding analogy. So it means that you have the group of some problems solved, and basing on that, you must find the way how to solve another problem, and how intelligence works everywhere in any other area of the life. For example, when you read some poem and you like the way how the poet created it, because he found some analogies from, for example, simple things and put them into other words that you would never think of, yeah? Mm. And you like the analogy the artists have seen. For example, the paintings the same way, yeah? The painter shows something as the metaphor, as the analogy of something else. And this is how it moves us, touches us, yeah? And
catching the essence of something that is difficult to put into words or in pictures.
So you have emotional intelligence, and of course, in every area of your life, it can work, and it works perfectly with drafts. The way how drafts can develop your intelligence, because you never can learn all the problems. You must create the base of knowledge, and you must try to use it to find the solvement of other problems. Yeah, how to do it, how to solve them. Great definition, and I really love to tell that to teachers and to show how drafts can develop your intelligence as well, not only the memory and other things.
Yeah, sure.
22-18, chosen drafts kit 7. 23-18, then 17-22, then 18-12, then the whole game is a draw. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the reason why we don't want this move to be played.
No.
Because obviously it would be a draw, even with a slight advantage of black pieces. So the question is if to play this move or this move, because those are the moves that win the game. And I assume some of that moves will be seen by us. Yuri ANIKEEV still waiting for Jan's choice. Yuri ANIKEEV spent 10 minutes and Jan is spending another 10 minutes, but probably something like this exchange can happen. Maybe this move is to analyze, because after exchange there is still this 35 undeveloped. And after 11-16, it is black pieces who have the advantage in the central part of the board. Maybe not enough for the victory, but maybe enough for making the inaccuracies from the opponent's side. Otherwise, there must be an exchange back, and of course it gives the possibility for black to take important squares under the control. So I think that Jan might analyze those two lines, and he is trying to choose the perfect one in his opinion. Meanwhile, we are still waiting for Victoria MOTRICHKO to play. Looking at Daria's face, okay, she is standing, looking from above Victoria at the board at the moment, and sitting down again. How much do you think knowing who your opponent is affects the way you play?
Oh, that's quite a lot if you have the time to prepare, like for a World Championship match, because you can first of all analyze, of course, the game. All the games this person has ever played, so you know what is their favorite playing style, what they're good at, what they're knowledgeable about, and what they have less experience with. Secondly, if you know them quite well, you know a bit of their character, what their perhaps weak points in their character is, when they get nervous, when they get vulnerable. So all this information will be used in the preparation for sure.
And so, now, once Natalia told me about this nice idea that she has, somehow organizing or just imagining the tournament played when you don't know who your opponent is. You know, you just see the end of the board and don't see the face of your opponent, or maybe you are playing online against the opponents you just don't know. You don't know the nicknames, etc. Yeah, so everything is random. You don't know who you are facing. Sometimes, thanks to the style, you might know that if you know the players.
Yes.
But do you think that playing the tournament where you know your opponents according to where you don't know your opponents could have different results?
Yes.
Okay, thank
you.
Yes,
definitely. Actually, it's a quite interesting story about how Ton Sijbrams prepared for his world record attempts in the blindfolded drafts.
There he knew who his opponents were?
He was playing against opponents that he knew. They have to have a certain rating, of course, minimum. Yes, so, and he said, because I knew quite a few of those players, I knew moves that were characteristics for them, and for their kind of play. So it was easier for me to recall the games because I would sort of anticipate on the kind of moves that are most likely by them to play, which is, you need a very good memory for that. Yeah, you need a very exceptional kind of mind to be able to do that kind of analysis, and he has, obviously. But definitely the knowledge about the playing styles of the opponents was a very big advantage for him in that situation.
Absolutely. That is also something to the question I've asked you before about this confidence of people or just being silent at work, because for some non-drafts players or non-chess players it can be unimaginable, but when we come to the board and we see the position, we can say much about personality of players. If they are aggressive, passive, more defensive style, more offensive style, etc., etc. So it was Edward Burzyński who wrote in one of the books that the kind of the position that is played in the game depends on the personality of player, and I agree with that. I hope you too.
No, I don't, because I think you hope I don't, because otherwise we don't have a discussion. No,
Nice
I think yes, it may. But with taking into account that, say, people may have a very different personal phase than a game phase. So if you look at some player like in chess, like Ding, he has a very unassuming personality, very clearly withdrawn, very sweet, very nice. At least that's the impression he makes. But on the board, he can become a killer, an animal, and that's probably true for a lot of sports people or people who are in competition, that outside of that competition, they're the nicest people in the world. But when they're in the competition, they become real killers. Yeah? So with that kind of remark added to it, I may agree with you.
Okay.
So it's not the overall character of the person you can see from the game, but at least their playing style you can deduct something from.
But how it works when we try to make some opinion about person, as we don't know, for example, how that person play draft, or we don't understand it, or chess. We have some vision of that person from the interviews, etc., and then from the game, the other side of the personality that fulfills it, like you said. Very, very interesting thing. Do you think that Victoria will just not multiply her mistakes from previous rounds and will not wait till the last seconds again, and maybe will give some chances for Daria to save this game? Perhaps, of course, she must go for the chance, try to calculate the right variant and to play it, but isn't it like she is wasting too much time now?
No, not yet. She still has more than 17 minutes, yes, as I would say, and she has increments now, yeah. So I don't think that will happen. However, investing this time, she has to find the concrete way to win. Yes, she has to calculate it all the way to the win, and that's why she's investing the time. And if she doesn't find it at this moment, then she may be in some trouble. But I believe she will find.
That's a very interesting moment of the game, ladies and gentlemen, and if Victoria wins that game, it means that another victory of any player gives the decisive result of this match. And that's the reason why I want you to ask a question to you in a poll on the chat, and I'll do it. Who, in your opinion, now will win the Women's World Championship match? You still hold to what you said before, that it will be Daria?
Yes, I will be stubborn.
Okay.
Well, honestly, my first prediction was Jan and Victoria. To be perfect, but now I think Daria still has some very, very slight edge in the match, but not in this game, for sure not.
I start the poll on the chat. Let me know by voting who do you think will win the match among women, Daria TKACHENKO or Victoria MOTRICHKO, because now, looking at the possibilities of winning this game by Victoria MOTRICHKO, that is highly possible. It means it will be equal after 8 rounds and both players will have one victory. Still will have a lot of emotions because another victory decides the match. And I'm really curious, how do you think? Because before the match, I know that Victoria probably would gather much more votes than Daria Tkachenko. But now, after those rounds and those performances by two players, it looked like Daria has a good strategy for the match, but perhaps it must be changed. Another change in the strategy, because now it starts not working. After last rounds, where Victoria did have possibilities after mistakes of Daria, and now probably the fatal mistake and losing the game. Now King's Row shows 9.99, so we can truly say that this is a winning endgame for Victoria Motrichko, but the question is if she's going to hold it. After 9 votes, we have 56% to 44%. And waiting for others, so it is quite equal, but now pointing a bit on Victoria Motrichko. Hello Bartosz, by the way, because I haven't welcomed you on the chat.
Yeah, Bartosz already gave some good suggestions for moves online. Always does, by the way. Very knowledgeable.
Have you ever played 64 square checkers drafts?
Yes, I mean, I tried this online in the application, yeah, so it's you have to do much more concrete calculations sometimes.
Yes.
But it feels a little bit easier somehow. The whole feeling of the game is a bit, okay, I can do this. However, you can be surprised, because you need to calculate very concretely.
There is a very interesting point of view, by the way, of the Dutchman probably living in Spain right now. I don't remember his name. I apologize for that. About 64 square checkers, by the way, you helped me in organization of the tournament for school children as well, but normal Grand Prix last year, for which I'm absolutely grateful to you. That was the great tournament, 125 people playing in Warsaw, a lot of young children, probably the future of drafts. And this guy's point of view was, if the criteria of the complexity of the game was how important for the result the single move is, then 64 square checkers drafts are much more difficult than 100 square checkers drafts,
right.
And also American checkers are much more difficult than Brazilian 64 drafts. That was his point of view, because like you say, every single move affects the result a lot. And I was once invited to Polish Championship in 64, despite of the fact I haven't played for many years, but that was the first time of the flying draft, where you pick the position randomly. So it means more depend on your calculations. And I play the first game against Arleta Flisikowska. I make the first move, after which I think, okay, I'll make some calculations later. And then turned out the first move was losing already.
Was already in trouble, yeah?
Yeah, already losing the game. No chance of saving it, yeah?
Amazing.
And international drafts and chess probably as well, but I'm not a specialist, I can't confirm. Sometimes lets you to make some inaccuracies, yeah? And still you can still save the game, the result. What do you think about judging the game after this point of view, this criteria of?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, yeah, because it becomes much more concrete. Mm-hmm. So either you're able to know it and to calculate it, and then of course there's less complexity because there are less possibilities, but every possibility has more consequences. So it's also perhaps a matter of taste a little bit, but for sure, say the first move in the 100 field game is never disastrous, although, you never see 32-27 played as the first move for some positional reasons, but any other move has been played many times and does not have any fatal consequences immediately. So maybe it would be good for one of the lessons to explain to your viewers in one of your videos why 32-27 is not a good move to start with.
Good idea, I'll try to follow it, but on the other hand I have the video on my Polish language channel, the game between Burzyński and Rul Boomstra, where Burzyński started with 42-27.
Yeah, because for sure Rul didn't prepare for that.
Perhaps.
But he probably knows why it's not good. Yeah. So I would guess that he still didn't win the game.
What? Victoria Motrichko plays this move, 38-33. Scan indicates a draw immediately.
Yeah.
What the heck? Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me update the comment section. We are analyzing this position as I can very well repeat other players or engine suggestions. I'm good at it, and this is why Bartosz Majewski is analyzing that well. I'm watching Michael Janicki's videos, 90% for Bartosz analysis. If you would like to know more about 64 drafts, then visit Michał Janicki channel on YouTube. You have so many great analysis and videos, of course. For me, 64 squares is too difficult. I already failed at the opening. That's the reason how it is difficult. Would love to see a 64 fields engine on lead drafts. Yeah, everyone would like to see it. Oh no, no, not again. There is like meme from the game Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, and it starts with the main character. He goes and in the beginning of the game he says, "Oh no, oh shit! I don't want to say this word. Here it goes again." Yeah. So perhaps we are just in this moment that we can use this meme to analyze this position. Ladies and gentlemen, move 38-33 is a draw. It's a draw, but not an easy draw to make.
No.
Very difficult one, actually.
Yeah, 31-36. Sorry, 26-31 is suggested. Yeah, which is intuitive, not very intuitive move. Yeah.
So at this moment, this is losing, this is losing, this is a draw.
Yeah.
The question is if players will find the right move to play.
Well, maybe by the process of elimination. Yeah. Nothing else works. Maybe this works. Yeah, it might be.
That is the tip I've once received from the experienced older person in our community, unfortunately not living anymore, Zdzisław Porochiński. He told me once when I was 13 or 14 years of age, Damian, when you play the game and you are short on time and you have three options, and the first one is losing and the second one is losing, the third one is not calculated, is played.
Play it, yeah.
You just play. And perhaps here it is like Daria will come to the conclusion that 17-21 is losing, 15-20 is losing, and 26-31 is, I don't know, then she plays it, yeah? And of course the sacrifice 16-21, you can see already it is losing because the pieces are limited and opposition is not working. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we have another mistake probably, but will be tough to use it by Daria Tkachenko. The question is if saved time before on making the wrong decision will be enough to find the right decision right now. But I don't believe it. How it is possible that players on that level just miscalculate such positions? Probably Victoria thinks that after this 26-31 there is no way for Daria to save this game. We can just make some evaluation about what will happen after that. You have this move 17-22 controlling two pieces here, and of course this is logical, but after that this move comes with this threat. You must go, you go here, and there is no way you will be on the right tempo in this position because after playing here, it's a complete draw. Yeah. And something like that can happen. If you go here, on the other hand, you go there, and there is no way of avoiding the breakthrough for dark pieces.
You miss one tempo as white, yeah, so that's... But
it's really tough.
Happens like that, yeah? Often it happens like that in the end it comes down to one tempo.
You can play entire game, you can play 50 or 60 moves, and then there is one tempo missing deciding on if the game is winning or drawing one.
It's beautiful, huh?
That's
I like that kind of situation.
That's right.
I don't know about your impression. Today I have the feeling that Jan and Yuri, they are in a fight, but not in a real fight. I get this very slight. I mean, it's very bloody on the board between Daria and Vicky. Mm-hmm. But Jan and Yuri sort of, I'm sure in their heads a lot of fight took place, and we don't see it on the board. But it's just my impression.
Maybe they're just planning to finish the year with the big bang, playing the tie breaks. That is when the moment when the fight starts.
I don't think
because you want to win the match, but you don't want to to lose it even more. Maybe that's the way.
Oh, Daria is playing 70-22.
Other way? Come on.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yes, it'll still be a draw, yeah. It may still be a draw.
No. Scan shows 1.5 advantage. 2 pieces advantage. It is winning one for white. Another mistake, finally. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, but still, it will be a difficult endgame to play.
Yeah, it's not that obvious as it was before. I'm not
Prepare for a
convinced
long game here.
Yeah, because
It will take some time to finish it.
Yeah. Daria didn't find the quickest way to the draw for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely winning one. Scan indicates 3.5 pieces advantage after 33 moves of depth, and still growing after adding other variants into calculations. So I'm quite sure it is a winning position no matter what will happen in the game. Of course, Scan shows 48-42 right now, but the better way is to go to the king directly. Yeah, it's a draw. Scan shows the best position. The position is here, but it is a draw. That would be a drawish position. So the only way to win it right now is to play forward to the king.
Yeah,
the piece 18.
To 12 probably.
It's intuitional, but sometimes you might just want to stop your opponent play 48-42, but in that case that would be another
especially
problem.
If you have little time, you would immediately play 48-42, I think. In a short time control, I wouldn't even think about it. Just stop the opponent from getting a king.
So we are 50-50 after 22 votes on who will win the match. Now it moves to Daria even. Okay. Manuk Damers, hi, hello. Not GTA 5, but GTA San Andreas. That's right, Bartek.
Hey, Manuk is there.
Here we man again. Here we go again.
You don't know, Damian, who Manuk is, but she's my niece. From the Netherlands. Hi, Manuk.
Hi, Manuk. I don't know, but I know already. Eric says players were tired. What can I say? Natalia. I'm pretty sure Victoria would play 38-32 when it was a blitz game. So in a blitz game, she would play better than after thinking. That's a great side of the psychological way as well to analyze. The idea of 17-21 is kind of a problem, and after 27-22 when we got 26-31, but 42-48 can avoid it. Yeah, Chess and Drafts Kit, actually the move that you are talking about, 48-42, will be the drawing one, so that's a problem, but it's very difficult to calculate it. Yeah, I am supporting myself with a computer with the best engine to calculate the endgames, because honestly, taking a look at the technical side of the stream and also trying to tell you something about the game, I can't get myself so deep into analyzing this endgame, because I would be silent for 10 minutes trying to understand it and to tell you what is going on. So at this moment I just must use the computer assistance. You said avoiding a breakthrough, and I heard avoiding a breakfast. Probably I'm hungry. Probably you are, Bartosz. When and if players will watch this stream, they will have lots of food for thinking. Probably. Damian, you didn't cover yesterday analysis round on your channel. Need to catch up. No, Bartosz, I won't do it on every round. Probably tomorrow I either want to do it. Damian was busy celebrating Christmas. Yeah, that's right. And today I'm planning to do the same. 18-13. So we have the right decision from Victoria MOTRICHKO, leading to a winning position. Still, according to King's Row engine, ladies and gentlemen.
Still not easy, huh?
What is your feeling about this position? Because already we've seen so many missed victories in this match. And do you think this is another game of that kind? Or finally Victoria will get her chance after having... This is the third time in this game, yeah, when she's having the victory.
Yeah, well, she's sort of... If she wins, she deserves to win. If she doesn't... it's also kind of deserved, yeah, by missing so many chances, you might say. But I would basically... It would be nice to see a result today. Yes, the game definitely deserves a result, because both parties played, entrepreneurial, and I think she's doing the right thing. She's moving to 8. if she knows where to get the king.
The problem might be that Victoria once again will face some time issues, I think, in this endgame. Like Yuri against Jan in the position he could have won. And Daria has a simple goal: play fast and put some pressure on her opponent. There is 13-8, so those moves must be quickly, and now if Daria goes to 41, it's very logical to go to 2, because you can't go to the king. After 41-47, there is this majority used for catching the opponent's king, and on the other hand, going to 46 will face just waiting for the king, and takes, this king will be captured and the game will be won by white. So after this move you must just wait by going 16-21, but then you also put your opponent in some position of avoiding black from going to the second king, because if black would get to the second king, that would be a huge problem. That would be a huge problem. And always a possibility of, for example, sacrificing a piece here and going to the second king could be a draw. Could be a draw. But I expect Daria to play that anyway. 37-41. Let's take a look at what is going on in Gentleman's Game. So after that, finally Jan has decided to play this exchange. That was suggested by Scan anyway. And then we have like a computer way of playing, maybe here more accurate move, but they must have it calculated, because it's not so intuitive to play like that. 30-24 exchange and 17-21. It looks like a draw after attacking going in between the pieces. Chess and drafts kit of 23-28, such move probably was played. Man's board will be kind of a problem for ANIKEEV, but I don't know about it. It's a mistake because of possible 25-20, and ANIKEEV can go to the king. This move was played. It is slightly better for black, but it's not enough to win this game. For Jan, again. Focus in that sense that the Leclerc endgame explanation was very complicated for me, and position preceding it. And yeah, absolutely. There are many endgames, not only Leclerc position, that are absolutely difficult to understand. You can make a long study about many endgames in drafts. That is probably the toughest, the most difficult phase of the game, because of the long moves of the kings. Imagine playing chess where you have many bishops on the board and open position. It's quite complicated.
Many bishops on the board, wow.
What a comparison, yeah?
Of all of the same color, preferably, yeah.
That's right.
Let's see.
So I'm not afraid about the result. Probably another draw we are going to see, because if Jan moves further, of course there is this move 35-30, and Jan goes further. There is even this exchange forcing your opponent to attack two pieces, and then you have a beautiful sticky move by going to 10 or to 9, having the main diagonal under the control. And once again there is a problem of one tempo, because if in this position black, not black but white, was on the move, then probably it could be a winning one.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if you must move, I'll just check it. If white is to play here, no, still it saves draw after. Okay, because after that, okay, there is one tempo missing probably again. Okay, yeah. You can't win it, but it would be close to.
Yeah.
It would be close to. So we are having this position exactly. Oh, similar one, but not exactly the same. Jan played to 28. And what will happen after 21-26? That is probably a forced move. There is this move, and after any attack, this goes, and Yuri must have everything analyzed. That is leading to a draw, because going here, yeah, you don't have any other way of stopping this 18 from going to the king. And if you try to play to this line, there is one piece interrupting you this idea, your piece.
Yep. Nice.
And Yuri, as defending side, has much more time because he has 20 minutes. And Jan only 1 minute 40 seconds, so he is looking for the victory that is not apparently there. 37-41 was played, 8-2 and 16-21 as expected. Victoria Motrichko now needs to prevent this piece from going to a second king. It's not that easy job. And now scan indicates advantage of 5.5 piece, but we have 53 moves of this game played already. Victoria is having 7 minutes 40 seconds against 11 minutes of Daria Tkachenko. That could be the longest ladies game so far. Imagine playing chess if you have many bishops on the board. Exactly what I said. What about many damas on chessboard? Usually you have some bishops on the board. Usually you have 4, but imagine more. Like 4 against 4 endgame. Let me check what's going on the board. What is the best move in the position? Scan says 33-29 and it is according to all the engines. What's nice, Fleets shows a draw here. And when it comes to the end game, and now Fleets shows, okay, it grows now, it's over 1 piece, but Scan shows 5 piece of advantage, King's Row shows 9.99 because it knows the end games.
You still cannot go to the king, after that. At least not directly, so you have to play with 21.
Yeah,
exactly.
This trap this time. So it is logical to improve your position, but then we must think what comes after this move. And now, for example, a scan shows the draw 0.9, but it is not a draw.
48, 42. Okay.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
So when your opponent plays here, you go forward here to try to push it back, but if it goes here, then you have a beautiful victory. Chat, let me know how to win with white pieces in this position. Beautifully. So the question, if Victoria finds it, is not an easy one. How to win it with white pieces, ladies and gentlemen? Many means there are more than 2. Okay, there are 4 in total, it is. What's the longest international drafts game ever played? There was a game in Netherlands, but it was set up to be played over 400 moves. Combo, shot, yes, which one? Who sees it? How beautifully. Marek, do you see it?
23-19, yes.
By yourself, without computer assistance?
Well, I had to try a bit, but I had to try two variants myself without the computer. But then I saw it.
And adding and giving away additional piece here. Yeah. Beautiful. And you
that
can see 2 pieces are just 1 square from the king, but they will never get there. Yeah. As finally all the pieces would be captured in this chain with a king. Beautiful. So this is one of the necessary variants. Yeah, but Victoria is not finding it. After 48-42 is not played after this move to 21, and also 33-29 is not played. Despite of that, she played to 35, trying to put some threat like this. But those threats are like difficult to use, because if you use 2 of your pieces, then it means you will be only left with 3 on the board, and 3 is not enough to win against the king. This one was easy, you say? Sometimes it's not. Do you have the link of it? Link of what? Once you tell it's winning, it's findable. Link of it? Link of what you mean? Frisian drafts. Okay, so we must support ourselves with a computer. It's a draw. Now it's a draw after playing 15 to 20.
Yes, of course, but I mean, to be honest, to this tactical variation you just showed.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult.
It's difficult, yeah, because they do not have the evaluation. This piece on 21 looks quite menacing. Yeah, you can always go to a king, you think, and that there's a tactical reason why that cannot be the case. It's not that easy to see. Yeah?
Breaking news. Breaking news. In the gentleman's game, we have another 8th result of a draw. 8 to 8 after 8 rounds, so we can fully concentrate, focus on women's game. And as I mentioned, this move 2 to 45 is a draw if Daria plays the good move 15 to 20. But even though it is a draw, it might not end that well for Daria, because as we recently seen some options, the potential result just changed many times so far.
Yes, I will stop predicting, Damian, if you don't mind.
One more time, please.
Then I say it's going to be a draw, but
Yeah.
who cares? But it might be. Yeah, I don't think black is going to win. That's not possible almost. But two results are still very possible here.
Are you good? You need some break here?
No, I'm pretty good. Thank you very much. And you?
Yeah, I'm good as well. Thank you.
No, we're not walking away right now. Yeah, that's
in the key moment of the match. Yeah, exactly. We can't. You never know. After the entire match, I will, cut the most important pieces from those broadcasts, and I'll do the summary of the moments that decided the match, for example.
I think you can have a pretty long broadcast on missed opportunities already.
Yes.
From both sides, in the men's games and in the women's games. That would be a quite interesting video, which is not a short video.
Yeah. Not everyone did have a possibility of following the entire games all the times. Exactly. The link of longest game, that you mean. You know what? I made a short video about that. Bartosz, maybe can you find it on Warcaby channel? Wpisz najdłuższa partia i znajdziesz, i mógłbyś podesłać ten link. I asked Bartosz to find the link of the video that I made about this game on my Polish channel, and then you can easily find it. What was the game? They went up to 19 kings on each side, yeah, and only one piece was captured during the entire game, and the game was lasting 460 moves or something, yeah.
Yeah, but that was not a normal competition game, I'm guessing.
That was in the competition, of course, but they set it up, yeah?
Yeah, they set it up, okay.
It was not the normal game, of course. But, by the way, it's another logical challenge to play the longest game without capturing any piece, because they captured a one. They found a line how you can get to the king without captures, and they followed it all the time with other pieces, yeah? But they exchanged one piece, and the question is if you can do it without exchanging any pieces.
You want me to think about that right now?
Yes, of course. It's early morning. You are just having vital strength for it. And Daria finds it. Daria finds it.
Daria finds
15 to 20.
She found it, yeah.
What's the reason of this move? Despite of the fact you still can't go to 46 or 47, you have another possibility. If white, for example, tries to wait with such move, you play here. And you have two options. You either... you have this option of you must take two. And you immediately play a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it even. I thought it is 1 for 1. This is why the end games in checkers drafts are so complicated, so difficult. You sometimes can miss such a double capture, yeah, in such position. You think about this one, or just single one with a king like this one, and then you see there's another piece you must take. So basically this move 15 to 20 just probably lets Daria to save this game and still be the leading one in the competition. 14 to 19 is the threat that is really, really problematic right now. The question is how to avoid it. Victoria MOTRICHKO is down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and maybe now It's getting hotter and hotter for her, because this is a tough moment, deciding moment of the game probably, and maybe she is aware right now that there is no way of winning it. After such moves like 33-28, avoiding this possibility, of course dark pieces can go to the king, and it will be a longer one to play, but there is no way probably to stop this piece from getting to the king square. Very interesting endgame, by the way, and still some traps possible. So if Victoria sees that after such move, for example, there is this small combination, exchange, a drawing one, then definitely she wants to make it more complicated, more difficult, and she plays not here, but going forward, 23-18, so she did see this possibility, and it means that Daria right now can't go to 47 because of this simple trap, but can go finally to 46, and if Victoria tries to catch her with some move like this one and having this one, then you can of course go in between the pieces, make a double attack at once, and it's a draw because you can't avoid 2 attacks at one move. It's not possible physically, according to the fact that you have one move at the order. But the way that is good for Victoria is that she played it fast. Still, she's having 3 minutes 48 seconds. Reminding you about the increment, she's getting additional 40 seconds after each move, but yeah, there's no winning position if they play perfectly. Eric's. Okay guys, I'm leaving you. Tears for you. Thanks for that. Once again, thanks for sharing your life experiences. I'm sorry if I distracted you with my endless messages. We have a choice. We can not read it, so it's not a problem. Absolutely, and we do appreciate your activity on the chat with human love. I think MOTRICHKO, and I promise I will be more focused on the game in the future. You have only 4 more chances, so yeah. Keep your word, and Chess and Drafts Kit. I think MOTRICHKO will be able to catch up in around game 10-12, as long as TKACHENKO doesn't have another win. 10-12. It's hard to understand me how to connect it. Oh!
Games number 10 to game number 12 or something like that.
Another losing move from Daria. So it looks like it was necessary right now to go to the king, but Daria plays 21-27, and immediately indicator grows again on the white side.
Yeah, because now 229, yes, and you can again not make a king.
Yes.
For some time, and it gives
so
them
this
Victoria
is the final
time
moment.
to, yeah.
This is the final moment for Victoria to play this move final, and it's been played.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what's going on? What a roller coaster of emotions. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Once again, Victoria MOTRICHKO is having a winning position, and now it is of course much more simple than previously. I don't know, Daria is making such a simple mistakes, yeah? So going to the king here, she didn't see the possibility of this attack after this 33-29, otherwise it would not be possible to attack this, to have any pressure on the king, yeah? So she finds such moves, and then she can't go to the king. She's not going there.
Yeah. Well, we cannot look in the heads of the players, yeah, what they're feeling at the moment, how big the pressure is.
At the hands, you mean?
At the heads, inside the heads.
Ah, inside the heads, because I thought that you are talking about the camera, but we have the close shot for the board.
No.
And now for the time, 2:51 on the camera shot.
Yeah, 2:51 for Victoria, 5.5 minutes for Daria. I wouldn't be surprised if the fortunes turn once again, because I said a draw attack. That was the latest guess I made. So I stick
Let's
to that.
say so. Let's say so.
But we cannot complain about the lack of excitement.
We cannot.
And how difficult, with so little material on the board, how difficult the game still is for those top players. Yeah? Let's not make a mistake. Those two ladies really know how to play this game.
Absolutely they do, and they do mistakes.
Yeah.
If you give me moderator, link to shorts will be visible for everyone. Okay, this is something I can do, Bartosz, because I forgot you are not. Add as moderator. You're welcome. You fully deserve that as the supporter of the channel from the very beginning of it. It should work right now. If you give me moderator, link to your shots will be visible for everyone. So I hope it will work right now. Can you try it? So by the way, and again, Tkachenko's chances are decreasing. So now you are voting, but still in favored. Because she's having 53% of your votes and Victoria Motrichko 47% of your votes. Waiting for Daria's choice, and maybe she's aware right now that she is having the losing position because she is down to 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. So if we will wait 5 minutes more, it means that we must have a move in every 30 seconds. This scenario is possible, to be honest.
And then anything can happen again, yeah.
And then anything can happen.
30 seconds is not a lot, unless you're really used to playing say, short time controls all the time online, for instance. Yeah. And 30 seconds is enough to find a reasonable movement.
Here we have the move decision on 27:32. It's logical because it closes the line of the threat, yeah?
Yeah.
So the right idea is to go for the second king, 18, 12. Then the king is possible to go, but you know, that way Daria lost at least 2 tempos, because if she went to the king immediately, then it would be fine. But now this piece can't go further and will be caught if it gets to the king. And to remove the king and try to put it on 46, you must remove the king from this line, and it costs another 2 tempos. That's the problem. Key problem of this position, yeah? So for not finding this move 41-46 in this position, Daria is paying like 3 tempos to get to the position. And this is something you can't afford in that position. You can't afford it because your opponent will go for the second king and will attack this piece from behind somewhere and will never get it to the king.
No, with the second king there will be also small tactical possibilities immediately. Yeah.
Welcome the new moderator on the chat, Bartosz Maniecki, fully deserved position, of course. But they did 19 versus 20 kings. It was possible 20 versus 20. Yeah, that was my question before. If it is possible to make it 20 kings against 20 kings in the drafts game, even though it is artificial setup game. That's right. What?
What?
Is Victoria trying to catch 48?
What is she doing?
God! Oh my God!
What
Again, we have a draw. Immediately, Daria goes to the king.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
it's not possible. Now the scenario is very simple, because you let your opponent to go here and connect those 2 pieces into a pair. Now if you try to go, you have this move. You can't go here because here, 1 for 2, and any other move will face this threat, and you threat 1 for 2 with a winning position. Even though if you go here, yeah, not immediately, but here, on 2 different variants, like here, a draw. Come on, what is the idea of this move? To play here. So now, isn't it possible to play? Oh, so this must be played? And this is a draw.
Wow. Wow. That's hard to see.
With this threat and this threat at once.
Yeah, no, okay, now you see it, but It still takes some courage to do that, yeah?
So this is the miscalculation from Victoria, yeah? Because she was sure of this variant that now dark pieces are not having any good moves to make.
Yeah.
After that, still it will be winnable, yeah? Very complicated endgame, and of course I understand the fact. But how many the position changes, yeah, in this game? So the question is, if in 2 minutes and 40 seconds Daria Tkachenko will find this variant of this and sacrificing another two to capture here and to make multiple threats of here and drawing a game.
But intuitively, to prevent the opponent from getting a king, that is such a strong instinct, apparently, that if she doesn't see the fully calculated win in any other variant, that's what you do, yeah? You prevent the opponent from going to a second king.
Yes.
So it's the only way I can explain this.
This 4 versus 1 will not be found, Bartosz says. And Federation Dam Kosoum says too much pieces to offer. Yeah, that's the problem. When you must offer 3 pieces to get 1 to see if the position after that is winnable or not, that's the problem. Daria is down to 2 minutes.
Wow.
But on the other hand, she must find something because she has no other moves to make. Only something like that, you know, to try to get this piece. Because obviously after that you have the simple threats. So move like this or this must be calculated by her. Otherwise there are problems. If you try to sacrifice something like that, you will never get a good position because those pieces can't go anywhere, yeah? Maybe she can make a mistake and go for something like that. And this is losing already because of that. And you don't create the chances to attack the pieces. No, so
one
all
tempo
the pressure,
again, yeah?
one tempo again as always. All the pressure is on Daria right now. If she's going to play the right move here or here, order doesn't matter, but the moves do matter. Do you think she'll find it or not?
Oh, come on, don't ask me for any more predictions, Danny.
We must do it.
I'm just, yeah, but I said it was going to be a draw, so
Okay.
I'm just going to be
So
right.
she will. You're gonna be right, yeah. Daria will have to offer too much pieces, 4 kings against 1 king.
It is psychologically very difficult, yeah, I agree.
Psychologically it is, but it's the only option. And she has less than 30 seconds right now.
Oh my god, yeah.
Tic-tac-toe.
Come on, Daria. Do not disappoint us.
At least she can, you know, offer 1 piece and then has additional 30 seconds.
Yes.
So she's down to 0 on lead drafts.
1 second.
She is sacrificing it in the right way, yeah.
Yeah.
She is giving those 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Is she saving the game, ladies and gentlemen? So that move was made right. That move was made right. And absolutely it's understandable that it was too difficult to calculate it for Victoria. But Victoria could have had another chance. What? And she plays this move after that. Not changing that. Oh my god. How many times? Looks
Okay.
like a winning one right now. According to computer, but now we must try to understand it, yeah?
Let's see if that is the case, because
Yeah, it's winning, but after this move probably only. Okay, this one is also.
32. Ah, okay, yeah.
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Because she just wants to attack it and go for it, yeah? And
Yeah.
you must put your king somewhere there in case of attack to lock it.
Yeah.
Here on here. It's the only way to try to win it. Because otherwise there will be this threat. So just Daria found this option. She did have 20 or 30 seconds to calculate this. What? But there is this move. Is it winning or not? A very tough, difficult position.
40-35.
It is winning. It is winning. It is winning, ladies and gentlemen. Still winning. This move we will see, of course, and yeah, this. And this is winning for white, but very, very tough position. So now, of course, but every move with a king is winning one. Probably we'll see this one. This is not something Daria Tkachenko wanted to get in this position.
Yeah, but they have so little time. Yes, also Victoria has very little time.
Now women will play extremely fast, must play, less than 30 seconds per move. Around
probably
it.
See another few swings in the fortunes in this game.
We've had already like, I don't know, 10 mistakes, probably some more to happen.
Yeah, well, and not to criticize, of course, yes. Yeah. Because it's extremely tense and there's no real obvious things happening. Yes.
This is why following the games live is so fun.
Okay, I think Vicky had the right idea.
Yeah, 35. To 45. It's logical, but yeah, you know, every move, every way of waiting here would be would give you the possibility of going forward. Now the simplest plan, I think, is to go, for example, like that, because then you create also some catching possibilities for the opponent's king.
Yeah.
Daria played here to 27. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? So many blunders, so many mistakes, so many miscalculations in this position, and it was won for Victoria a few times, it was a draw to Daria for a few times, and yeah, so now I think this move is the most logical, most flexible for your pieces, not to be attacked from behind, for example, and also set some traps, like for this, for example, you can trap your opponent already. Using that way. Of course, 4 kings is enough to catch one opponent's king, and it's an easy endgame. But to get to this endgame, you must move those pieces to the king squares. Sometimes it's very problematic because of those different attacks possible. Recently, we did have a similar endgame deciding on the Polish championship team title. But there was an endgame 4 against 1 and 1 additional piece, and then that was a draw probably. But here there is no way for Daria to save this game if Victoria plays correctly, which we know already is not the easiest thing to do.
Yes, but now I would say if you know, she knows she has to get one piece to her king, and make sure that Daria cannot attack the 2 other pieces in or standing in one line, if you like, so that they cannot escape capturing one. So the plan should be reasonably simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you appreciate such moments, such emotional and fun and entertaining moments in those games, please leave the thumb up so this draft's content can be promoted to the wider audience. We want to promote drafts, checkers, and also create an environment for the players to earn more money, to get those games promoted, to have coverage of the tournaments, more tournaments in the world. So the next year, a World Championship in the form of tournament will be organized. So I hope this is something we'll be able to cover here on the channel. So if you want to promote it, please help us by, for example, leaving the thumb up, but also every comment is appreciated as well. We have a decision from Daria Tkachenko to play to 21, but it doesn't change anything. Still winning position for, of course, white pieces. Totally concentrating, trying not to be disturbed by anything. She can't think about what we are talking about right now. She must be fully into her moves right now and waiting for another Victoria's move. For example, 1914 is the winning one. Of course, having the position like here is quite a safe one, but she must be afraid and also aware of such moments where the pieces can be attacked, because those central pieces can be quite easy victim to this king. Like, you know, it's like hunting the animal on the African land, for example, by some cheetah or something, or some tiger. You are looking for the weakest one and you are trying to split it from the group and then to attack it. This is working like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the best possible move probably from Victoria MOTRICHKO, and I think she is going for that. I think she is going for the victory That time I will not say she is winning the game like I did, and after that Ivan Antonenko was arguing with me, but maybe this time, after not telling that, it will be happening. 28-23 must be made, of course. Yeah. The king was played to which square? We don't have it updated yet. To 21. Did she go? No, don't tell me she went to 10. No, she didn't, perhaps.
Is that not still okay, to 10?
No, going to 10 would not be okay.
Oh, from
Because
this
after
position
that,
now.
there is
No,
attack
of course.
from behind, and then never-ending attack, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't have the update yet on the board. We do have it on camera, but I don't see it.
No.
What was played, actually. Maybe there is some break in giving us the signal from the boards. Give me the closer shot, please. I want to know what moves are made. I know, I want to cover the game. Okay, in this position,
0
that move
seconds
was
for
played.
Vicky.
Yeah, but they are playing. Still winning, still having a good position. That was played, probably going further. So she is playing that safely and well, not letting her opponent to play some, to create some other threats, but we don't have the updated game probably right now. Here we have 23-19.
That's it.
Daria's king is somewhere here already, so we are missing one move.
On the screen, yeah, you see it. Yeah,
She
okay,
played
good.
here,
Yeah.
I try to look for it. Okay, I have bigger camera right now. So there was something played like this, going to 17, still a winning position. Now I have the picture from the camera. I will be using it updated. Victoria down to 40 seconds, less than 40 seconds. So the games can't be longer any longer than here what we have. Going further with 23-18, still a winning move.
Yeah, that's good.
No, she's holding with making this move, but finally she's doing it. This move, 23-18, was played, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria MOTRICHKO going for 2 points in this round. She's closer and closer. Daria tries to go to 11 to perform some attacks from that side. Okay, held herself for a moment. No, she decided to attack to 3. This is a draw, of course, but this move covering that gap with a king is a winning one, and Victoria plays that. And after that, going 18-13, because this king must react, must move away. It is just a simple win, I guess. I think Victoria can't miss it, can't miss the victory right now. I think Victoria MOTRICHKO is getting back to this match. Daria TKACHENKO could have saved this game in a quite a simple way, but finally she didn't find it. She didn't find the exchange leading to a 4 pieces against 1 piece endgame could have led her to save this game. And she is losing the advantage that she has after the round number 5. Probably your prediction will not work, Mark.
Yeah. It happens, Damian. I have been wrong in my life before, and I will be again.
Maybe, yeah. It's just finishing the game. The only square you can go is here, this one, because after going here, there is a catching possibility. If you're going somewhere here, then you are pushed back, and then this catching possibility's only option was going to 2. That happened, and now simply going further to the king, for the king like this, wins the game, and now those pieces are just unstoppable, and simply you go to 4, and I think we can expect the surrender from Daria Tkachenko, the pretender of the world champion title, in seconds. We can see closer shot on her face. Okay, I've seen that. Yeah, and that happens. After the move 14-10, Daria Tkachenko stops the clock, that way giving up this game. Ladies and gentlemen, now Wiktoria Motrichko takes the first victory of the match in the round number 8. So it means the total result among 2 matches is 8-8. In gentlemen's 1 after 8 draws, and here in ladies 1 8-8, but after 1 victory and 6 draws. 1 victory per each player. We are getting to the 8-8 score after 2/3 parts of the match, and we are ahead of 4 rounds of the competition. You can see it right now, shaking the hands, the women shake hands, and it means that yeah, they're touching their fingers. We talked about that in the very beginning of this stream, and we are in the final 3rd phase of the match. Are you, Marek, satisfied with how this round was played?
It was, of course, a fantastic spectacle. Maybe say the accuracy of the players was not everywhere as it could have been, but it gives for very nice viewing, and I'm very happy with this game. How are you?
Yes, I'm happy as well, but to be honest, ladies are bringing so much joy, much more joy and entertainment than gentlemen at this moment, at this round, today,
yeah,
especially.
Today for sure. They were more ready to play from the beginning. Daria played in a entrepreneurial way, I can say, going really forward, and in a slightly risky way. And Victoria played very well. Missed a few wins after that, so
yeah,
it will be interesting in the analysis for her tonight. It's a close shave on many occasions, but both players were, I think, reasonably short on time and high on pressure. So
for me, probably it is necessary to cover these games and make analysis in Polish language, as I used to after some rounds of this match, most of the rounds of this match. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us very emotional moments, because we have 2 scenarios. The games will be played aggressively and decided before the tiebreaks, or if not, then we are closer and closer for the decisive tiebreaks. We have only 2 options, and we must see decisive games. Thank you very much for watching this stream till the very end, for being so active on the chat, for all the subscriptions on the YouTube channel, following the Twitch channel, for leaving the thumbs up, and you are the great audience. And if you like to watch more of it, then tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time, another round starts. And of course, I'm absolutely grateful, and thank you very much, Marek, for joining me in co-commenting this event.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and hope to see you soon again. Damian.
Absolutely, feel invited always, whenever you want. Meanwhile, to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I wish good afternoon, and see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Goodbye.
All the best.